All right, chat. How's it going? How's it going? Last night was a wild bit of stream. The 4 hours of talking to myself really takes something out of you. Honestly, it does. But it was fun. It was fun. I'll finish the rest of the tier list tomorrow morning. It'll be the first thing I do when I wake up. Is finish that fucking tier list. As for today, though, we're playing a game that I said I would play months ago. Months and months and months and months ago. That being Suzerain. It was recommended to me by my boyfriend, David. And I said, I'll get around to it. I'll get around to it. I bought it when it went on sale not too long ago. And then I just never played it. Because I'm really lazy. I gotta pull my hair back behind the headphones here. There we go, that's better. My hair is all weird today. Anyway, yeah. I legitimately have no idea what this game is. Like, at all. I know nothing about it. So I'm excited. I'm excited. I had loaded it up at one point to see what the deal with it was. And I instantly got led through like a narrative thing. So I exited out of it so I didn't get any spoilers or anything. But yeah. I'm gonna jump instantly right into it and hopefully people start coming on in. Because I have a feeling that this game's gonna be one that's gonna be confusing if you jump in midway. Whoa, Suzerain, that's like the Civ 6 city state thing. Yeah, it is. It is like that. You're so right. Oh my god. Speaking of the Civ thing, oh my god, tomorrow. Oh, it's tomorrow. It's tomorrow, Civ 7. The announcement video, like the gameplay video, it's tomorrow. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so fucking excited. Oh my god. I hope we at least get to see the Civs included. Anyway. Yeah, this was the test game I did to see how this game worked. We're good. New game. We'll call this Doggy. It's Doggy. What's this? Oh, this is the DLC. Rizia is a DLC. We're playing as Swordland. This one's a semi-constitutional monarchy. Where is this? I have no clue. This looks fake as shit, though. This is all, like, fake. These aren't real places. This is the Republic of Swordland, a presidential republic. The population of 37 million. Hey, Scarlet! Hello! Hello. Highly. That's cute. We're in a recession. We're a major power. Our starting date is 1954. Anton Rain has been elected the fourth president of Swordland amidst a deep recession, demands for reform, and external pressures. Okay. Oh, instant BRB. That's okay. You are my enslavement and my freedom. You are my flesh burning like a raw summer night. You are my country. By some guy named Nazim. 1908. I think you need to start invading your neighbors to plunder their gold to pay off debts. I think so too. 1908. You open your eyes to this world. You come from a wealthy family in the city of Lavashen, a middle-income family in the city of Wholesword, or an impoverished family in the city of Dare. We'll go middle income. Your parents named you Anton as the only child of a diligent servant. You lived quiet and ordinary childhood. Life was not bad. You were lucky enough to attend a well-known public school, but frequent fights broke out of the Rain family home and made you feel uneasy. Instant puppy stretches. Puppy stretches. The years passed. During a history class at school, the bell started to ring unexpectedly. You heard a loud commotion outside. As everyone tried to figure out what was going on, the principal announced the historic revolution. The kingdom was no more. The Republic of Swordland was born. Yes, stretchy puppies, stretchies, puppy. You did not fully understand. You were happy that you had the day off. You were somewhat worried. You didn't fully understand what that meant. After graduating, you passed the university exam with high marks. You had the opportunity to choose between several studies: law, economics, or history. Oh, history. During the first year, you attended a lecture with David Whiskey, your teacher and mentor of community. He's the son of the first president of Swordland Revolutionary Son, Artur Whiskey. He is a well-known diplomat from the foreign ministry and the son of the president. After observing the hall in silence, he explained why realpolitik is important for a successful foreign policy. He argued that a strategy based on practical and material factors would be more successful in reaching Swordland's ambitions. You agreed in principle, you questioned what you were being taught, and your only concern was passing the exams. Now, realpolitik is interesting. And I think I agree with it. Realpolitik is like doing what is the most, like doing things that are feasible. Yeah, it's basically like, look, are we gonna turn North Korea into a democracy anytime soon, or can we just, like, I don't know, calm them down? Let's just calm them down. Like, realpolitik is essentially taking practical solutions to things. As that's at least the definition that I'm familiar with. I'm probably wrong on it. I'll do a quick Google right now to see if I'm somewhat correct. Realpolitik. A system of politics or principles based on practical rather than moral or ideal. Oh, wait, moral. I thought it was just ideological, but moral. I think most cases of it are probably fine, like if you're dealing with, yeah, morality. I'm gonna say I questioned when I was being taught. I'm gonna say that. The moral part trips me up. Soldiers entered the campus in the evening ahead of the first election. Many were in shock as the uniformed men created a security cordon and started arresting the teachers. A group of students started gathering in protest along with your best friend, Peter Vectrin. You decided to protest with the students. One of the officers made a loud announcement that echoed through the campus. General Lutheran declared martial law in order to restore the administration. Please stand back and disperse to your rooms. If IRL was a Civ game, would you be and you were American, would you just invade China and stuff? No. If the world was an IRL Civ game, I'd play a diplomacy game. You joined the students that slowly marched towards this large group of soldiers. Suddenly, these soldiers charge. A student fell and was trampled as everyone started running away. Let's hold our ground. The soldiers beat you relentlessly. It was a gloomy year. I'm gonna make this character. This character is gonna be this character. I wanna roleplay this guy as like the best possible guy I could possibly make him. This man's gonna be like a fucking superhero. Like, he's gonna be standing there like scarred, eye patched. I'm not backing down. I'm standing my ground. Dinner is even more delayed than I thought, so I'll be here. Oh, good. You'll be here for the fucking, what is this Clark Kent shit over here? The coup split the students into two groups and caused frequent fights. Torture and imprisonment of any opposing voice became a daily routine and dare. You didn't want to say it, also you decided to join human rights group, student council, political debate group. Human rights, student council, or political debate. Human rights. We joined a human rights group. The group heavily protested against the deterioration of the human rights and situation in Swordland. You continued in thorough discussions on how to protect and expand freedoms. In one of the meetings, Peter Vectrin introduced you to a classmate of his, Monica. You were immediately attracted to her. Beauty, intelligence, or diligence? Let's just say her beauty. Let's keep it simple. She mentioned to you that she was a volunteer for the Swordish League of Women, an organization campaigning for women's rights. You told her you wholeheartedly support her cause, weren't particularly interested in women's rights, but still asked to nonetheless. We wholeheartedly support her cause. The politically charged environment led you to join Red Youth Socialists, Young Swords, the Nationalists. We'll join the Socialists. Civil War. The radio relayed that the Communist General Ricard surrounded Lutheran and his the Communist General Lutheran and his troops demanding their surrender. They refused and heavy fighting broke out across the country. You just couldn't believe that the army was fighting amongst themselves. Swordland plunged into chaos. Ricard's sudden attack caused more instability in the country, but compared to the fascist Lutheran, he was a real socialist. This convinced you to participate in a social support march. You were chanting freedom, equality, and solidarity. Workers of the world unite. Why did I just say it like that? Why did I say it like I was a fucking foreigner? Workers of the world unite. Workers of the world unite. Bring down the fascists. Doggy says women's rights. Doggy says equal rights, equal fights. I do not endorse that. That is a joke. I don't. I think that is something that only losers say. I don't endorse that. We're going to say freedom, equality, and solidarity. This is too LARPy, and this one is a little too conditional on the situation and not an actual declaration of ideology. So, or not declaration of anything. But this one has an actual, like, there's things being said here, but there's criticism, this statement, but whatever, who gives a shit? You were marching under the protection of Ricard soldiers. Students supporting Lutherans' coup gathered a few hundred meters in front of you. Many nationalists were among them. You knew something was going to happen. We stayed. There was a massive clash between the two sides. Soldiers began to beat students. Tanks started running forward. In this chaotic moment, you saw a young girl about to get run over by a tank. We ran to save her. You couldn't reach her in time. I never forgot her face. The clashes escalated into full-blown civil war. The horrors made you isolate yourself for a while. Monica helped you cope, and love grew between the two of you. Survivors. Trauma bonding, that's what it is, trauma bonding. However, it was difficult for love. The chaos had to end. The charismatic Colonel, Tarkin Sol, orchestrated a sudden attack on the capital where the Lutheranists and the Ricardists' forces were battling each other. He defeated both, ending the war. Equal rights, equal lefts. So true. A new constitution was written and the military government began efforts to restore stability. Many people saw the colonel as a savior. He formed the United Swordland Party and ran as a presidential candidate in the first ever single-party elections. I did not vote. USP won the election. United Swordland Party won the election by a large majority. The military government announced a 4-year restoration period to transform to an entirely civilian government. After graduation, you kept seeing Monica. You were both interested in marrying and starting a family. However, a letter arrived in the military calling you to fulfill your compulsory service. It's time to serve your national duty. The devastating civil war from neighboring Wei Lin so quickly turned into a proxy war between regional and world powers. The distinguished major, Josef Lancia, ordered you to lead your squad on a border patrol mission. It was a very cold winter night when you began marching out of the Gumran outpost. This looks exactly like the things they carried cover. Should I? Hold on, I'm gonna compare it real quick. Oh fuck, I just actually unplugged my headphones. Valen? Oh, Velen might be, it's pronounced Velen. Wayland. Yeah, I have no context for what Wayland is as like a culture, so like if it's supposed to be Germanic, then hold on, I have to see what I'm doing here. Cause I accidentally plugged my headphones. If I accidentally turn off my computer, that's not gonna be good. And the plug for the computer, the plug for the headphones is right next to the power button for the computer, so I gotta be careful here. I don't know if there is an official pronunciation. Well, if it's based on Germanic cultures, then it'll probably be pronounced. Yeah, look at that. It's the things they carried cover. That's funny. First thing my brain went to, and then I accidentally unplugged my headphones, and I turned this quick comparison into a disaster as I unplugged my headphones. You could see your breath. After several hours of marching through the snowy hills, distant noises were heard. Visibility was too low to confirm the source, so the squad crawled forward in formation and found a spot to observe. A group of refugees had made it beyond the border fence. You refugees coming into the country, we let them slip through. Out of the patrol, Major Lankio arrived with anger and immediately relieved you of your command, calling you a disappointment. One of your squad members had reported your actions. After several months of scrubbing the floors as punishment, your duties ended and you went back to civilian life. You and Monica decided to share your lives together. After receiving the blessings of her parents, a ceremony was held in Hulsword. During the same year, you worked hard to secure a high-paying job within the United Swordland Party. It was much more difficult to start your career on good foot because of the refugee incident, but you still managed. Working for the ruling party was the easiest path to power. The financial compensation was too great to pass up. It was the best opportunity to change the country for the better. Last one. You became the foreign policy assistant to one of the most experienced members of Assembly. You worked long and hard, reviewing dozens of foreign policy plans late into the night. You were climbing the ladder. Tarkin's soul gave amnesty to the remaining factions of the Civil War and chose de-escalation and appeasement. The institutions and symbols of the former kingdom were slowly replaced. His government launched several new initiatives, such as citizen-funded bill programs to revitalize the economy, a social labor initiative to help rebuild society, and a large dam project to help solve the energy crisis. The first multi-party elections in the history of... You know what? This went nice, I think. We have citizen-funded bills to revitalize the economy. Okay, so we have some bill programs, whatever. Social labor initiative, that's good. And then a large dam. Dams are nice. We like dams. The preparation of the comprehensive trade agreement with Agnolia was occupying most of your personal time. But your significant contribution to trade talks triggered an invitation to meet President Tarkin Sol himself, who offered you a key position. You were to become the youngest member of the Assembly. We accepted. As the youngest MP, it was difficult to connect with the influential inner circle. You needed allies, so you brought Peter Vector as your right-hand man. The birth of your son Frank provided a brief moment of joy relief. Sacrificed work to spend time with your family. Sacrificed family time to improve your position in the party. We're gonna be a family guy. During your absence, Peter Vector found trustworthy contacts and strengthened your position in the party. At the same time, President Sol increased his authority over the years. His growing ego started to cause strife in the USP. Oh no, as always happens. President Sol barely secured a majority in the election against the opposition leader. Over the next year, the Swordish Party grew increasingly discontent with corruption and worsening quality of life. Economic growth was slowing down. Meanwhile, calls for the USP Congress became louder as leadership struggles started to brew. Join the internal opposition. You gave your support to Ewald Alfonso, a reformist and talented business magnate. Oh, shit. Fucking internet. It always happens. It always happens once a stream, folks. Always happens once a stream. Are we good? It ain't a Renikin 64 stream unless the internet dies. No, it ain't. It ain't a Renikin 64 stream unless the internet dies. This is a daily, constant issue. There really is no reason why my internet should be so bad. It's literally just because of the neighborhood I live in is just neglected. It's just neglected. Your town should do a collective action step to improve internet connections. We should, but like the people in the town I live in are all like NIMBY Republican dumb fuck old people who don't believe in collective bargaining for literally anything in their life. All these motherfuckers yell at you if you go anywhere near their house. So none of these motherfuckers, I won't even be allowed on the goddamn lawn before I'm fucking yelled at to go away. These motherfuckers suck ass. Can't do shit. Town sucks. I hope I'm happy that this town is gonna be underwater in like 10 years because of climate change. Because all these fuckers deserve to lose their homes. Fucking hate this goddamn town. It's so bad. Congress was nothing short of impressive. The banners of the USP were decorated at every possible spot. Thousands of influential political figures, lobbyists, and benefactors gathered for this turning point. The voting for the party leadership began. You voted Tarkin Soil, Edwald Alfonso. The efforts bore fruit as the contentious leadership vote was won by Ewald Alfonso. During the Congress, Tarkin Sol announced he would retire from politics at the end of his term and appointed Alfonso as vice president. You knew the structure he had established was to say the country had become increasingly authoritarian. You were happy that Seoul was finally leaving. Hi, puppy, puppy. Yeah, my internet died, sadly. A month later, your daughter was born, Monica named Diana. She motivated you during a... Did it just die again or no? My bitrate, I just saw my bitrate tank. As the VP, you in your, daughter, Diana. As the VP and the leader of the USP, as Elwald Alfonso began dismantling the old organizations and structures established by the USP, such as state educators and sort of state cooperation bills. The general election was approaching. The United Socialist Party was under new leadership. You joined the party effort and campaigned for him. Yes. During the general elections, the main opposition leader was embroiled in a sex scandal with the secretary. He was replaced by the more popular figure, Franz Richter. But the damage had been done. The new economic policies, extensive privatization programs proposed by Ewald Alfonso secured... Oh, no. Privatization program? Oh, we don't like that. We hate that. Did your best in order to make Swordland a better place. The president of Alfonso saw many bold reforms in government and law advancements in liberal democratic values. He valued your support. However, due to fighting disorganization, continual economic tensions, and fast-track privatization, it was followed a severe economic recession. The other parties announced their bids for the 1953 election, but the unfair election system hampered opposition support. You thought your party could not survive another Congress, worried about the economic recession, worried that your reputation would be tarnished along with Alfonso. We're worried about recession. With Peter's help, your presence in the USP grew. The two of you worked long nights together. He flipped opponents to your side. You became the face of a new wing of the party. Step by step, with adequate planning, your wing took over the leadership of President Alfonso lost the country. The moment to make a move had come. You blame Alfonso for the crisis on TV, bribed and extorted Alfonso's inner circle, advised Alfonso to step down. I'm going to advise him to step down. He listened to your advice. Alfonso conceded the leadership of the struggle, and the party eventually voted you in because of your indisputable influence. Following this, you announced that you would be running for president in the general election with Peter as your running mate. After visiting every city and town during the campaign, you made a speech on television. You promised to enact democratic reforms. The people are tired of empty promises. We need fundamental change in our institutions and government. A solid and transparent democracy awaits us. Brothers and sisters, a new constitution and new age is upon us. Broadcast ends. On election day, millions went out to cast their votes. Chapter 1. President Reign. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, we get to customize them. Balding. Long hair, bald, movie star, rebellious, stylish, 20s, gentleman, gentleman's hat, Arnelli, swordish fedora, white trilby. Okay. I think we go for the go for stylish, I think. Right? Facial hair, comrade mustache. Monarchist, chief strategist, classy, idealist, clean-shaven, intellectual, sordid gentleman, swordist, strategist, theorist, Valganzian, Markian noble, revolutionary, Renan. Oh, you can change the suit too. Here he is if he was a mafia boss. The white suit, white hat makes him look like a fucking drug lord, kind of like, a yacht outfit or whatever the fuck. I don't know what I'm talking about. My brain makes comparisons to things that aren't real. Oh, Swordland first. Ew. Swordland first. Gross. Maroon suit. We'll give him the maroon suit. Oh, the stylish maroon suit. Idealist. This looks good. I think this looks good. Pimp guy. Yeah. What background do you want to give him? The red background? I like the office background. It's his office. Lesbian cigar? Do we give him a pipe? Or a cigar? Or glasses? This makes him look very kind. We like the thin glasses here. We like this. Yes. This is our president, the 4th president of Swordland. Okay. Is our country. As Anton Rain, you have consequential promises to the people of Swordland to gain their votes in the 1953 election campaign. Consider these commitments carefully. Cigar better than the pipe, though. Very suave. He looks very. He looks like he's very smart. He looks very smart, but also like a kind guy. The glasses soften his face a bit. He looks nice. After the recent market reforms and recession, the country finds itself stuck between 2 different economic systems with indecision and turbulence, causing the population to demand a direction. Promote planned economy or market economy? I don't like commodification. Oh, I would absolutely smash, yes. I don't like market economy, but planned economy also sucks. How about no economy? You know what? I think... If we're trying to stop a recession, then keeping things commodified. Well, the recession started because of privatization was that one of the things, and like more liberal things. So we gotta go planned economy then, because we gotta stop privatizing things, which means we gotta stop the market economy and stuff. This is where you reveal your love of capitalism. No, but economics. There's markets. Market economies aren't necessarily capitalist. Market socialism is a thing that exists. Well, and I don't like planned economies either. Planned economies aren't inherently communist. These things are just authoritarian. I don't like planned economies, but we'll go planned economy. The global rivalries between capitalists, Arcasia in the west, and the monarchy in the Brumberg to the north, and the communist United Contera in the east are intensifying. We'll go east. Oh wait, maybe we just go neutral. Should we go neutral? Should we go neutral? Because I don't want... Because we're trying to improve our country economically. It could be best to just remain neutral. But if we tie ourselves to Cantana, we could probably get an economic trade deal with them, or get tied into geopolitics in the world. Don't forget what happened to Jade's sim. What does that mean? what does that mean? What are you referring to? West. We're not going west. We're not going west. Damn, I don't know if we should go east or neutral. We go east. In the last 5 years, Bludish, Vezkek, and Agnolian immigrants flocked to Swordland due to relaxed immigration laws enacted by our former president. As a result, these tensions are causing requests for political solution. Retain relaxed immigration. Don't cause nationwide burnout. Oh, the burnout. I see. So what are we going to focus our term on? Education, defense, law enforcement, or health? This once praised public education system, the nation has suffered significant setbacks, lack of new schools, high student-to-teacher ratios, low salaries. We'll just go education, or maybe health. Maybe we'll go health. Increase. We'll go health. Yes, I'm sure about these decisions. 2 weeks have passed since we won the election. And now I was sworn in as the 4th president of Swordland. Thousands were watching the inauguration ceremony, cheering my name, Anton Rain. The die was cast. The die was cast, and my story began. In the distance, The Maroon Palace stood on top of the infamous Hill of Pride. I had no way of knowing what future awaited me there. I looked to my family, my son and daughter, Frank and Deanna, next to Monica, my wife, her eyes glimmering with pride. Then I turned towards the key people who made it all possible. Of course, each individual was promised an important position in my government. I saw my previous rival, former president, Ewald Alfonso, gave me a slight nod. Tarquin Sol was also invited, but as expected, he didn't leave his island retreat. The fuck is this? Chief Justice. As my thoughts slowly faded, the reality of the situation dawned on me. Orso Hawker, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, was waiting for me.
The time has come. The time for the oath has come.
I am ready. Let's start. Let's start.
Please repeat after me. I do solemnly swear.
I do solemnly swear that I will respectfully execute the office of the President of Storland.
And to the best of my abilities, preserve, protect, and defend.
And to the best of my abilities, preserve, protect, and defend the people of the Constitution of the Republic of Swordland.
You may now deliver your inauguration speech, Mr. President.
It is an honor. Thank you. We'll just say thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hawker. Dear citizens of Swordland, my fellow swords, my brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters. The crowd looks very eager to listen. The idea of unity, the current desire, dire situation. Change and hope. Change and hope. Obama, 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 Obama. Not unity. We're not going unity. Dire situation. Change and hope. Swords is kind of a charged term. Is it? Is swords like saying... what is swords implying? Is it implying like... Because when I read that line, my fellow swords, it kind of reminded me of a very kind of nationalistic, ethnic, like my fellow people of my ethnicity sort of thing. Is that what it's implying, or is it implying something else? It means both Swordland and also ethnicity. Yeah, I was right then. Okay, so that's if I wanted to be more nationalistic about this. Do we go unity, dire situation? This sounds fascistic. I'm gonna go change and hope. Liberal, 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 liberal. You, the people, have chosen. Together we will bring prosperity and reform our nation. It is a time of hope. It is a time of change. We stand together, we prevail. The issues that plague us are capabilities. If we stand together, we prevail. In the past, there have been times of survival, times of conflict and hardship, economic hardship too, but whenever we stood together, we prevailed. I promise you, we will stop the recession and eliminate poverty. The future waits as it's time to turn our faces to the east. First, we must rewrite our broken constitution. So do we just say we'll stop the recession and eliminate poverty? We'll just say this, because this is going to be like, ooh, a little too committing to the I don't know the politics of this nation that we're going to be putting ourselves to the east in, or are we instantly going off and saying we're going to change the whole system? We'll just say eliminate poverty. I promise you, we will stop the system of poverty. It's time for united Swordland, powerful Swordland. No, change now, not in the next decade or years, today. Change now. Hundreds of thousands cheered. They were shouting my name in unison. I felt responsibility, the power, and the burden all at the same time. Wave. I waved to the crowd, which made the people cheer louder. You should have access to the codex. Oh, shit, a codex? Oh, fuck. I didn't even know that. Oh, shit. Oh, this is... Oh, I love it. I love it already. Arcasian capitalism. Oh. Oh, my fucking god. Okay. What if we go... Well, oh, okay, this is communism. Leon. More than known as common name. Maliniev. So Malinievism is... Marx... Oh, so Marx. Marcian socioeconomics. Not Krasmazov. Such cringe. He supported founding a vanguard party, the proletarian and nationalism dictatorship. Malinians are critical of the theory of socialism in one country in favor of Maliniev's theory of permanent revolution. Oh, fuck, they're Trotskyites. Oh, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh, God. Modernist ideals prominently influenced by directs his seminal work, Maximizing Human Potential. So this is humanism, characterized by staunch belief in science and efficiency, the tools to recognize social order. Maximism stands in stark opposition to ideologies such as realism and moralism and miraculism. I don't understand. It's miraculism. Miraculism views simulation. It collects a system of random interlinked components that together contribute to what is... Okay, I don't care about that. Monarchism, soulism. Soul. Okay, this is Tarkin's soul. Valgrandism, socialism. Emmerich Hegel, drawing inspiration from Maleyev. This political and economic social model diverges from traditional socialism by advocating for decentralized structure based on labor union federations and people's assemblies. It's a fucking... It's real socialism. Oh my god. Volkslandian socialism. Oh, Jade, are you going to bed? Okay then, Jade. Have a good night, sleepies. Have a good night, sleepies. We love you, Jade. We love you. We love you. Important events. Oh god, that's a lot of things. I'll look at them when I'm in reference to something else instead of just going through all this. Oh my god, there's a shit ton of religions. Timeline. Markian Empire. Renan aristocracy. Kingdom of Swordland. Republic of Swordland. Cool. Locations. Whoa. Countries. Regions. Characters. Okay. One of the presidential guards came to notify me my eyeballs want to be enclosed. Oh, that's cute. That's an AI cat. AI image. Boo. Boo. AI image. Boo. Boo. Well, Jade, I'm not going to keep you. I'm not going to make you stay up, though, any longer than you already are at. I took a long look at the people of Swordland to burn this moment into my memory. One of the presidential guards came by to notify me that it's time to leave. I made my way to the leading car of the motorcade. Presidential state car was a jet black Cadilla with the flags of Swordland above the front headlights. Next to it was a man holding the door. Serge Wolkner. Hello, Mr. President. I still felt euphoric at the aftermath of my speech. Hearing my new title made me smile even more. If you allow me to introduce myself, I am Sergey, your new driver. Kissy kisses, good night, dear. Night night. I love you, Jade. Have a good sleepies. Have a good sleepies. Nice to meet you, Sergey. Nice, it's an honor. He respectfully bowed his head before opening the car door and gestured aside. I entered the car. We will be heading towards your palace. Towards the palace. The motorcade began to move. On the way, Sergey proceeded to explain his duties as a driver. As minutes passed by, I found myself lost in thought again, barely paying attention to what he was saying. He suddenly gestured out the window. Isn't it beautiful, the Maroon Palace? He was right. Sunlight glinted off the palace's many maroon-colored domes. It was so bright I had to look away. Every time I look at it, I am reminded of the duty of this nation. So do I, Sergey. It's the beating heart of the nation after all. We are all great debt to the men who now. It's just a building, sir. It's in good hands. Well said, Mr. President. The cart drove past the majestic gates, continued uphill to the entrance and stopped in front of the doors. Sergey got out of his car and opened the door for me. Have a great day, Mr. President. Amona Westkoe. Is this the second time I am playing a game that is taking place in a recovering war-torn country where everything is French? Disco Elysium, Suzerain. These people are supposed to be French, right? Amona Westkoe. That looks like French. Amodne Westkoe. It looks like I'm supposed to say that like French. See you soon. See you soon. I made my way upstairs to the extravagant corridors of the palace. Marble engraved wooden finishes decorated the interior. My footsteps echoed in the colossal halls. The guards bowed their heads in respect as I opened the massive doors to my new office. Alright, we're in office now. So, oh my good lord, what is happening? Oh, My god. What the fuck? Okay. Many things are happening. And I don't really like these controls. It's too weird. Weird, 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 weird. I have it at full screen. I don't want my mouse to go off the edge, though. Can I not change anything? Are you kidding me? Oh, fucking... What happened? That was weird. Okay. I don't know what that was. French. Alright, so here's Swordland. We have Agnolia up here. Democratic Republic of Valgsland. Oh, this is the communist country up here in the east. Galmland. The Contan Security Pact. Oh, so this is the Warsaw Pact. Friendly, weak. Cool. Neutral, strong. This is the Kingdom of Rumburg. Oh, the Guild of Royal Allies. Queen Beatrice Livingston. British. The Kingdom of Erdmagd. This is the Arcasian Treaty Organization. So it seems. The Nurist Republic of Derdia. The Republic of Welen. Republic of Morella. Kingdom of Rhesia. The Grand Duchy of Palace. The Republic of Kairut. Kairut. I think it's a stream weirdly cropped. I think it's stream weirdly cropped now. It is. Why is it like that? What the fuck? Why did it do that? There we go. Why the fuck was it so weird? We're good. Okay. A lot of pop-up things that notifies your report are just 1-2 paragraph reports, not full events. Okay. How do I get back to the country view? How do I get back to where I was? Oh, national map. There we go. Yeah, this is where I wanted to see. Is Agneland. This is Narganes. Oh, this is all of our little provinces here, and this is whatever the fuck country that is. Rhesia. That's Rhesia down there. Helen's Swordland. Oh, this is no, sorry. Lesbia is here. This is our country. Lesbia is down here. Velen. Oh, the kingdom's right on our border. I didn't even realize that. Okay. So there's a giant kingdom like right up here. It's all border. Okay. The Republic of Lesbian. So true. Chavian. Whole Sword is the capital. Okay. Government budget, personal wealth, 2, I guess. Projected economic growth, regional map, Republic of Swordland. Okay. We're the 16th GDP. We are the member of the AN, the Alliance of Nations. This is just the UN. Member of OMEC, Organization of Mercopan Economic Development, is an international government organization to stimulate economic progress, increase trade across Mercopa. Let's see. I see. We have our overview. Military, law, economy, welfare, order, and diplomacy. Gendarme on the defense, swordist, general staff, compulsory military service. Well, connections. Here's our vice president. Oops. Chief of staff, defense minister. That man looks like an egg. Nice to know. He looks like an egg. Agriculture and rural development, foreign affairs, education, health minister, interior minister, justice minister, factions, the old guard, solists, reformists, okay, the oligarchs, boo, cringe, legislative, USP takes up most of it. We got our reformists and second most, old guard guys and independents. Notable members: Gloria Tori, Speaker of the Assembly; Franz Richter, leader of the reformist wing; Judiciary; Most of the judiciary is old guard. Okay. Centrists and then reformists. Notable members. Notable members. I see. I see. Our codex, we have our journal. Note that. I can take notes down. We have seven news notices here. Book of Change and Hope. Okay, this is just telling everything. Structure the infrastructure. The Lackland Times. A radical. How many people will send the chat? We've seen this happen. We're supposed to save the country. Stability. It is high time realized change won't come from their party. And geopolitical doesn't even exist yet, I assume. Okay. So we have our events to look at. We have, let's look at the one in the capital first. Briefing on the current political situation. Briefing on the current economic situation. Briefing on the current political situation. Peter Vectern arrived a couple of minutes late. A couple of minutes early and sat across from me. He was struggling to hold back a smile. We did it, Anton. We've won. Finally, all these years with our nose on the grindstone paid off. Peter's eyes sparkled. The strain of the past months had a damper on his usual rakish charm. Today he was looking and acting like a more of his old self. He loosened tied onto the jute buttons of his shirt. I'd recommend reading reports before doing the story events because I think reports are missable. So, like, what I'm doing now, this is a report, right? Enjoying the new secretary I picked out for you. Thought you'd appreciate her gorgeous set of talents. Shame rest your staff aren't easy on the eyes. This is a story event? Fuck! Oops. He gestured to slight punch and protruded over his waistband. But hey, back in university, did you ever imagine we'd be sitting in the Maroon Palace? We have to celebrate this great victory. I got my hands on something special for us. We celebrate the inaugural ball. Just hang there until the evening. We have work to do. This is not time to celebrate. Yes, I agree. We've got things to do. We can't lose it at the ball. Let's move at the meeting. Reports at the clipboard symbol. I see. We'll be talking about the political strategy for this term. Lucien and I have a meeting with the party of reformists. We mostly see eye to eye, but I would want to know what you think. I hope things are looking good. Great. Let's go over there and see when Lucien arrives. Great. Let's go over when Lucien arrives. The door swung open. Lucien Galladay, my chief strategist, walked in. Here he is. I'm not reading all this shit. Cool. Walked in. He was a compact man with sharp bird-like features. After briefly surveying the room from wall to wall, he sat down, poured a glass of water, and opened his briefcase in a series of quick, graceful movements. Gentlemen. The tall case clock in the room struck 3 o'clock. Damn, you're exactly on time. Hello, Peter. I'm gonna forget these goddamn voices. I'm gonna forget all of them. Lucien turned towards me. He slightly bowed his head. Glad to see you, Lucien. Lucien, how are you? Let's not waste some time, Lucien. Lucien, how are you? I am ready and able to. Lucien spoke in soft, clipped tones that immediately drew your attention towards what he had to say, and Peter and I waited for him to proceed. We start by evaluating our current situation. The majority of Sodus people demand change. They are more concerned about the economies and the constitution, but they blame the system for the problems. People are losing their trust in democracy. Why do people think the articles like Bernard Seca are becoming more popular? Everyone expecting us to bring the change the last government did not. Franz Richter, leader of the reformists, believes that the change can only come by transferring some of the powers to the assembly. I will move into detail of the demand shortly. I agree with the reformers are responsibilities. We listen to people if it's the country. If we lose power, we won't be able to execute the changes if we want to make. We need to listen to the people if we want to serve this country. That's exactly what we campaigned. That's exactly what we campaigned for. It should change. That will move the country forward. We will need many allies against the old guard and the government. Mr. Richter managed to persuade many members of the assembly to give their support for drafting the constitution. Reformist politicians are quickly increasing in number. Was the reformist wing of our party is a minority, there could be a tripartisan majority in the assembly, especially if they unite under Franz Richter. USP reformists aren't wrong to agree to change, but we should be in charge. Mr. Richter should be a potential ally in our goal. Our party must fall in line with the position we can. Stricter possible ally. Oop, he's definitely key in this. The reformist demands... I don't remember his voice anymore. Assembly is just... Yeah, the assembly is the Congress. I figured. The reformist demands are clear. They want to limit the president's veto power, ensure the Supreme Court is independent, and take away the court's right to vote on constitutional amendments. We need a proper balance of power. I agree. We can't ignore the winds of change. The old guard will do its best to preserve the Constitution. Chief Justice Hawker and his allied judges have a great influence in the Supreme Court. It will be a tough break. The court is also the final say of the constitutional legislation. Without their approval, we can't even change it. I don't know what voice I'm going to decide on Peter. I'll find one eventually that'll fit him, I'm sure. Oops. We'll need a comprehensive bill to balance the power structure. We'll break the power of the Supreme Court. We'll make a comprehensive bill to balance. I agree, the old guard one likes this though. A comprehensive reform that would make the reformers happy would be maintaining a balance between the branches of government, which means removing your absolute veto power as well. The reformers demand that all loopholes in the Constitution are closed.
You think Peter Griffin voice for Peter Victor?
Looks like we have many challenges ahead. We cannot allow obstructionists to exit. We cannot underestimate the situation. We have many challenges.
We can figure it out. Our party still holds 130 out of 250 seats. We've got the power.
However, to reform the Constitution, we must receive a 2/3 majority in the Grand National Assembly, which is 166, and a simple majority in the Supreme Court, which requires 6 votes. After we have settled how to proceed, we will need to talk with our party figures. Our first goal must be to get 150 signatures needed to start the process. Following the green light of the USP, we will reach out to the other party leaders to see if they withdraw. It would be a backup draft. The last step is to convince the justices of the Supreme Court. The entire process will take a long time, but we must start working with the reformers from one committee to evaluate all possibilities for a new constitution as soon as possible. We'll write a more democratic constitution with the reformists. The new constitution should give the president wide... No. We will work with the old guard... No. Democratic constitution. That's what we've been preparing for eternally. Don't forget what we promised that got us elected. The key here will be strengthening the power of the assembly, which we already lead the majority. Yes, the divisions of power need to be rebalanced for a better Swordland. According to the initial draft we made the reformists, there are 2 changes to the Constitution that are not open for this discussion. First, the Supreme Court will no longer vote on constitutional amendments, and the President's absolute veto will be taken away. This replaces all the different loopholes. I have no problems with these clauses, yes. Yes, sir. The Reform Committee, together with all parties, and start reaching out to the stakeholders in the Assembly for the court of a new constitution. But later in the year, we should have an idea of the reform contents and other parties want. Another important note, we must be aware of Lothair Group. The oligarchs convene under this organization to influence policies. Conrad led it for a walk before it falling ill. The new leader is Walter Tusk. According to reports, some of the members of the National Business Council in their pockets. Tusk and the group will surely try to bribe us in exchange for economic protections. I won't be bought. It won't happen. I want to... I won't be bought. Alfonso said the same thing. I doubt there was anyone else to turn into his case. I doubt there was anyone else to turn to in his case. As far as I know, Marcel Caranti has some strong ties to this group. His influence could definitely be an asset for us, but I'm sure he'll want something in return. Swedish businessman, philanthropist, entrepreneur, leader of the Caranti. He operates the HOS. HOS is the heartland of business. I am aware of Mr. Caranti's wide network. That could come in handy. The group's influence is an important force. The group is dependent on our economic policies. They can't move a finger without us. Tusk is heading the group. They can't move a finger without us. I wouldn't be so optimistic. The capital they represent could do a lot of damage if it was diverted. I gotta give him more of an Italian voice. He looks like he's gonna have an Italian voice. It could be so optimistic. The capital they represent could do a lot of damage if it was diverted. We need to tread carefully on all sides of the power players to survive our term. I need to underline the seriousness of the situation. The military and the general staff are powerful elements in the state. This history tells us a dangerous one too. We do have the room to make some structural changes by reducing the budget, for example, but it is quite limited. I don't want to die in prison like Whiskey. The Rumberg threat on the horizon. We can't reduce our general staff for that. The military has been nothing but a burden on this side. With the Rumberg threat on the horizon, we can't reduce our defense staff and anger our general staff. Defense capability and anger our general staff. I mean, we are a relatively small country with very big neighbors who aren't friendly. So I am, like, if this was, like, the strongest country in the world, then I wouldn't say this, but we literally are, like, a pawn in geopolitical maneuvers, it seems. So I'm gonna say this, because this seems like a legitimate, like, if like, in 1980, like, in 1980, Mexico was like, yeah, like, maybe not 1980. 1980 is a bad time period. Like, I don't know. 1890s, Mexico's like, yeah, maybe we should build up our military a bit because America's been kind of being a little bit of an imperialist recently. I'd be like, yeah, fine, good. I would advise the same. The budget would be maintained and we should refrain from confronting the military too directly. Defense Minister Josef Landkier is loyal to compared to General Kruger, a fact that they obviously can change their actions. Either way, I see a potential rift between the two since they are clearly of different minds. If we act strongly against the military, both of these need to unite against us. I agree with Lucian. Tread carefully. Ladies and gentlemen, precisely 30 minutes. This concludes our political briefing for today. Our next meeting will be about media strategy. Talk to you soon. I will keep in touch. See you both at the next meeting. They both leave. Cool. Oh, we have many things to do. Okay, so these are the non-story. So I assume the exclamation points are the story events, and then these clipboards are the non-story events. Read the report. The report calls for attention. So in Aglan, the report calls attention for alarmingly low levels of productivity in the region of Aglan, where there are high rates of food insecurity, malnutrition, and rural poverty in the inner parts of the region. That's not good. The mayor of Arbury, Eric Neal, reports a lack of adequate infrastructure around Arbury, which seriously undermines the attractiveness of Arbury's investment climate. Foreign investors, particularly in Agnolia, are becoming hesitant to invest in the city. Meanwhile, according to the data published by the National Business Council, around 19% of the company's total expenditures in Agland absorb religious costs. Okay, so this area up here, Arbury, Lauren, Agland, seems to be very undeveloped, so we need to worry about that. Read the report. The port of Lavichin loses importance. The latest marine traffic shows the port of Lavichin is no longer busiest in Maricopa continent, falling behind the third position. While this is a negative indicator for administration, Lavichin still has the potential to shine as a major trader center. The port of Lavichin is the largest port in Swordland and holds the enormous importance to the economy, particularly as the main distribution center linking the capital and inner parts of Swordland to the rest of the world. This major port city will hopefully survive. Okay, so we gotta make Lavichin a good port again. And then Narbel gas field discovery. The Swordfish Grid Corporation's field research team has announced a new gas field discovery in Narbel. These discoveries could enhance the city's energy supply and play a significant role in broader energy landscapes of Swordland. Preliminary analysis of the yields quality of the fields is currently underway. The corporations. Okay, so we have natural gas depository found here. Low development up here. Port city needs to be on the rise up here. Bergia and Dare. Isn't that where we're from? The region of Bergia is the worst hit in the Swordland, where homelessness, this is the poor region, has skyrocketed. Economic recession. The number of homelessness is like 25%. The rise is particularly stark among Blutish people, where homelessness increased 72% in the 6 years. It is recorded that homelessness. Okay, so we have a homeless problem down south, a very, very poor area down in Bergia. We have Gruny, the city of Lyren. National Preservation Foundation Lyren has organized a march promoting ecological practices and nature preservation. The event witnessed significant participation demonstrating the local communities committed to this space. Okay. And then we have this area seems... I'm going to assume this area is kind of undeveloped, but we could just check, though. We could just check. We just check regions. Agnaland, strategic border Stadens, borders Nargis. Geographically, Agnolia is often reflected as an extension of Greater Agnolia. Reflecting its source. Okay, there's regional heavily trade with Agnolia. Local fishing industry, stagnation, coupled unemployment rates. So it's pretty suffering a bit. It's not doing too good up there. Bergio, landlocked region of Swordland encircles the regions of Nargis. Okay, cool. Locations. Blutish people, sometimes referred to by its old Blutish name of Blutia. Exception. Despite its thriving economy, region struggles with high employment rates, agricultural, mining, and steel manufacturing the bedrock. Okay, so it's a mining community. Make anti-homeless but rainbow painted benches. I will. That's my first act. Nerdy faith. Oh, so the dam is in this area too. Burgee is a pilgrimage. There, geography. Okay. I get the idea with that place. Gelsland. This is this place up here. Is this area? Economy draws on the broad spectrum of industries. Many experimental factories and research and design centers home of the region. So this is a factory area, hub technology center. Okay, so this is like, I'm assuming academic colleges are here. Stuff like that. Forests up here. Cool. Grooney, which is this area down here. Grooney, culture underneath through its interconnectedness to the city of Valgan. The economic landscape of Grooney is a vibrant amalgam of farmlands, factories, and world-renowned vineyards, from which the Boran wine originates. Grooney's agricultural richness and the scenic of tourists. So this is California. Grooney is California, it seems. Right, so Grooney is like California. Tourists. Going to eat dinner now? Okay. Okie dokie. And then we have, hopefully it's good and yummy. Lorraine. Oops. We have Lorraine. Lorraine nestled. Regional capitals. Difficulties following the recession. Coal mining. Forests. Extensive forests comprise greater. Okay, very big forest areas, like West Virginia, Appalachian sort of vibes I'm getting. Greater Whole Sword. Okay. Capital region, blah, 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 blah. Blah. And then Nargis. The Levishin, Leshaven is here. Leshaven. Cool. Cool. That is all the domestic things. We gotta go to the world now. Let's see what's going on in the world. Read the report. Congratulations from Chancellor Hegel. Chancellor Hegel. That's what he looks like. He's the guy in that area. Sent us congratulations on a great victory and wished for close cooperation between the countries in the future. Hegel signaled concessions from Valgsland in case of promising trade deal. He also congratulated the Source Democracy for successfully electing and warned us about Arcasia's growing influence in Eastern Marcopa. Oops. Don't get me out of here. We have something from Magnolia up here. Prime Minister Van Horten congratulated us on an election party stance, transparent elections. He signaled his wishes to continue trade partnership between our countries as equal partners, as opposed to trade deals with he believes. Is this so? What is the deal with this place up here? Weak, friendly, 11 million people, smaller country, parliamentary republic. Okay, cool. 6th. Chancellor, Socialist Republic. Belgish. This is just the Warsaw Pact. Got this country up here. And then their little pact up here. Hamburg. Breezy is a part of this. This place has something to tell me. ATO advocates for global human rights amid tensions. In response to the growing global tensions, the Arcasian Treaty Organization, an intergovernmental military and economic alliance of 14 countries, led primarily by RKC, has issued an expansive report examining the state of human rights worldwide amid intensifying nuclear developments and efforts to counteract the expanding influence of the Continental Security Pact. ATO's commitment to championing human rights stays unwavered. The report meticulously identifies regions worldwide where human rights are being endangered and shedding light on areas of concern. Costa Rica and something Quintana. Post strategist. Okay, cool. Alright. Lesbia has something to say. Prime Minister Alvarez congratulates results. Beneficial partnership. Okay, blah blah blah. Oh, he's concerned. This FSR of United Quintana. Huh? What are you talking about, dude? I don't even know what the hell he's talking about. And then Belen. Okay. Reform Committee. Oh, we got a lot of stuff going on. Currently active situations. Military interference, politics, court backlog, women's rights. Economy. Oh, we got a lot of economic issues. Oh, we got a lot of economic issues. Okay. Many news organizations as well have started saying things. Fire strikes whole sword. Oh no. Economist. Alfonso abandons Lotharberg exclusive conclave. Swordfish National League starts season. Cool. Foreign Assembly grows for a campaign finance bill. Unearth the Azam incident. Okay, cool. Rumberg coming south. Rizia firmly refutes Pale's retort in. Okay, cool. We go back to the country. Read the report of the GNA. GNA prepares Tourism Act. The Grand National Assembly in whole sword is readying the Swordland Tourism Cultural Preservation Act that aims to enhance the culture and tourism appeal of several cities. Boren, Ribery, Lavishin, Enrica, and Benfi. Global tourist destination. Cool. Logistical issues. In the recent update from Whole Sword, the mayor expressed growing concerns from escalating traffic congestion linked to the city's burgeoning population and rapid urban expansion. A logistical report pinpointed a significant increase in traffic volume and subsequent slowing of transportation routes as the capital's most pressing issues. The mayor stressed that the lack of comprehensive designed, large-scale and land-based logistics hub served as a converging point for all transporters and exasperated and issues down. Okay, so we have public transportation issues. HSU file. Fire broke down an academic administration building of all sorts at university. The initial report from Chief of the Police Whole Sword indicates a near complete destruction of employee records. Crazy. Punion report. Need for democratic reform in the government structures changed over the last decade. Reformist propaganda from the leader of People's Freedom and Justice Party have resulted in a massive increase in demands for public reform. Okay. Staff gathers. General staff convenes right after the election. Compared to the victory. Da 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 da. Okay. We go over economic situation briefing. Simeon Hall, Gus met. Oh wait, shit. I was seeing a soul. Sorry. Hall, the Simeon Hall, Gus Manger, and Lilias Graff were about to arrive at the White Room for a scheduled economy meeting. This was held in the room in the Maroon Palace where all important meetings were held. Two assistants arrived first, carrying a heavy projector. They stood by the door, waiting for the ministers to enter. In the hallway, I heard Lilias Graff's voice. She was using the patient, almost motherly tone she often took in heated arguments. Gus, do you really think that such an economically advanced area is in need of investment than Agland? Lilias, my interior minister, strode in. Lilias, she was clad in shades of brown and beige, dealing spots. Okay. Gus followed away. Don't be an idiot, Lilias. What about the unemployment in the greater Holsod and Jelsland regions are going through? These regions are Jelsland. What's that? Okay, Jeslin and Greater Wholesword aren't needed more than Agland. Which are not Minister of the Interior. Gus is the rural development. Okay. Economy. Gus curled his fingers into a fist. The Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development's temper hadn't changed since his days in the Alfonso administration, but neither his reputation for getting things done. His far-reaching network of connections was unlike any others. Simon Hole, quickly stepped in between Mr. looking at him cleared his throat. Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, everyone. I'm very well and motivated, Mr. Rain. It seems our ministers are feeling the same. What was the discussion about? Let's begin. Of course. Seaman pulled a silk handkerchief out of his pocket and briefly wiped his glasses. My staff and I have comprehensively analyzed every aspect of... He was interrupted by a groan from one of the assistants by the door, both of whom were visibly struggling to hold a heavy projector. Oh, you can put it that here. He was pointed below the painting of President Sol. The assistants placed the projector on the wall and screen. Leave now. I thank you, and please leave now. The assistants leave the room. This facility was numbers. I mean, never had a fight with people. This facility was numbers made sought after economic specialists. Put the camera. Look at the camera faces me more. Look at that. I'm down here. Look at that. Hello. Hello. Simon started to look for his slides, but carried a documentary on them. Wait. Simon, what happened to the new police station construction in Estord? Ooh. While going through his briefcase, he paused for a moment to answer. It got stalled due to a government property boundary issue. I've been meaning to look into it. I can take a look at it. I can take a look at that one. Estord needs all the security it can get. Sure, more time spent on analysis. There have been some developments about the Swedish Ren losing further value today, but they've been trying to stabilize it with the central bank. The recession of 51 put enormous pressure on the economy, resulting in the collapse of the value of our currency. The entire situation was a significant cause of concern for our administration. What would you like to know about the current economic situation? What is our GDP and debt situation? Our current GDP is 310 Swedish Ren, and the national debt is 427 billion. Jesus. It's hard to fathom that we lost nearly 150 billion in wealth. It's been 3 years. Tough. But unemployment and inflation rate. The unemployment has skyrocketed. It is now at a staggering 16%, and the inflation is a relative high 10%. Yikes. Unemployment is increasing crime and drug use. We need to get people off the streets. The inflation isn't helping our average citizen either. What about the recession? The economy has been in recession for about negative 6% the past year. The average GDP has dropped from SR I'm eating dinner while watching. What I miss? I mostly just went over all the clipboard thingies. And then I started a conversation with the economic ministers. Okay, it dropped by 5,000 in 3 years. The administration's success depends on the ability to stop the recession. Okay, let's continue. Gather stuff. As you can see, the situation is alarming, but not everything is negative. The extensive privatization programs of Alfonso and the key foreign direct investments left us large budget surplus, which you can use to stabilize the crisis. The primary subject we need to settle on is what general path we will take our term. Solonomics-based nationalization happened in the 30s, and Alfonso's privatization began at the end of the 40s, which will our administration focus on. One of their main promises was to promote a planned economy which will stop the recessions. To be frank, I still don't think this is a good idea. We shouldn't go back to Solonomics. It was the reason for the recession. Self-sufficiency will help us in tough times. Economics without regulation are bound to fail. What about the constitutional market? The more the economy we control, the better we can manage the recession. I'm missing Biden's speech for you? Good. Good. Biden's speech is boring and lame. He's probably going, excuse me. I am the President of the United States, but I will not be seeking re-election because I am old and sad. Excuse me. Kamala Harris is the greatest vice president I've ever had the pleasure of serving with. and I hope to see her win the election. Pause. Thank you. And then it went.
Yeah, he's so brave.
What are the downsides of the plant economy? It is clear that most state corporations and other government control systems are less efficient. The government of Swordland, as institutions or corporations, have a solid history of delivering. The structural problems of Solonomics were going to lead to a recession according to the predictions of the time. Either way, pick doctrines. There's nothing we have superpowers. We might have won the election, but I'm still against aligning ourselves with the superpowers. Economically speaking, we aren't as tied to United Contata as we are to Arcasia, so as a decision to align with the East is much more difficult to accomplish. We must be very cautious. Those are schemes devised at Swordland. Being devised about Swordland, we cannot give in wants of future. Otherwise, our country will turn into a pawn. I will consider you promise. I will reconsider your promise to align with United Cantata. There's a revolution that was started by United Cantata. Revolution, so I was part of it. I made a promise to the people. I must also insist nothing good will come out of siding with United Cantata. Aligning with them must take us adversaries of the Arcasia and much of an influential nation, in my view. Although not for the same reasons, the two of us agree on something to take us. When the time comes, I hope we will make the right decision for our own good. We should attract more foreign direct investment. Mr. President, we saved the country from full-on depression in 1952 and 53 by signing lucrative trade deals with nations such as Rizia, Lesbia, and Kinal. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Minister Whiskey will be in charge of informing you on those types of foreign policy decisions. You must first decide on internal economic plan. We have to thank Thol and his plan. No, so plan economy 6. No. Well, sorry, not plan economy. Authoritarian. The thing is, I'm stuck between plan economy and market economy, and I don't like either of these decisions. Blah. Can I pick a mix? Can I take a decommodified economy, please? We have to thank Sol. Let's finish Alfonso. Picking a construction company, trade relations, tax reform, and welfare privatization or nationalization, if some of them. Must choose wisely. Remember the free market economy in all forms. The free market economy in all forms is the future of the world. I wouldn't be so sure. Let's move on to the conclusion. What are your final thoughts, Mr. President? Legal institutions must remain in state control. We should be fully responsible in delivering services. We should look at opportunities like no privatization. A market economy doesn't require as much guidance. No, it is fully. I'm not sure decommodifying is something you could do in the system of that. No, decommodification is not something like. Decommodification is not necessarily something that is such a revolutionary process. If a system hasn't been fully commodified, like in America, pretty much everything is commodified, like healthcare, housing, like education is the only thing I could think of off the top of my head that isn't fully privatized. But even in a lot of places, like higher education is privatized, right? Is it? Wait, no, it's not. Sorry, it's not. I'm stupid. I had sorry, I had this stupid brain there. It's commodified, not privatized. Like in America, we're already a little too far gone. We would need a lot of revolutionary steps in order to decommodify a lot of America. But this country, I'm assuming they just started privatization, and I'm assuming I can like rein it in. Privatized is not the same as commodified, but privatization is a form of commodification. I'm a little too tired to be talking about real world politics. Let's fix the fictional politics. I'm too sleepy and eepy. My brain is fried from last night's stream. we'll keep things in state control in order to have more control. Planned economy stuff includes deprivatization. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's why I'm going. That's why I'm going down the planned economy, because I want to deprivatize. Because privatization to me is worse than planned economy. Because like at least a planned economy, you have access to the things that are happening instead of privatized, where it gets shoved off to a corporation to make money. I don't like private economies. I don't like privatization. I don't like it. No, no, fuck you. Privatization sucks. Fuck that. Fuck it. Fuck it. Few could be and wouldn't be negative, by the way, making choices. We're general economic plan promote a planned economy as we promised. Not sure if I made the right decision. Oh, shut up. Now that clarity is on which direction we're heading, I will work on a plan accordingly. This concludes our meeting. At our next gathering, we'll talk about an upcoming infrastructure investment plan. All right. All right. We got more things to take care of. Lenkirk. Infrastructure report. The recent collapse of the tourism region and Lenkirk has led to a reduction in traffic. The road, ports, country roads, bridges, lack of investment. Okay. Promising agricultural growth in Sarna. For the first time in many years, agricultural output has increased. The action of blinking, drop in temperatures. Additional. Okay, so looking better there. Rizia congratulates election. Cool. CSP and Federation of Ankara sign historic NAP. Anraka. A significant step towards international diplomacy and the content of Security Pact and international. Okay, led by 5-year non-aggression pact with the Federation of the Anrakan Isles. Cool. Lichaven Sea Rig maintenance. The Gisam Sea Rig off the coast of Lichaven, Lachaven has paused oil extraction operations for essential maintenance. The rig has been a significant contributor to Lichaven's oil output, and its temporary shutdown could impact the city's production levels. Maintenance timeline remains certain. The local government is monitoring the situation. Cool. Booming wine demand in Boren. Increasing unemployment in Morna. Infrastructure report. The recession led to reduction in rails. Cool. When are you going to address up, dog? What's up, dog? What's up, dog? What's up, dog? What's up, dog? Nothing. How much? How about? Not much. Not much. How about you? What's up, dog? What's up, dog? Nothing much. All right. Recession, railroads. Sorry. Oopsies. Oopsies. Oop, let me raise this bit. Here we go. All right. That's all the thingies. Media strategy. Let's go for media strategy. Lucian and Peter arrive at my office to talk about recent developments in media strategy. They both look to their secret office. To ask me. Okay. Greetings, gentlemen. I have received further information from the interior about the sudden fire that broke out at the HSU. Tell me more. The initial reports from the Household Police Chief indicate a potential arson case in accordance with protocols. The Swedish Intelligence Directive has been called.
Is the SID really necessary for this? Why would anyone hit the archives in your first place? I see no logical motive there. It seems the chief suspects foreign sabotage. They informed us that a large section of the archive has been destroyed. That includes tens of thousands of globally recognizable research documents and original background think of other people. It's a shame that much knowledge was lost. What could the motive have been? In fact, the employee records were destroyed along with the research documents raises further questions. Luckily, most usually have copies in the universities, some international libraries. The first editions of my favorite book, The Geopolitic of Swordland, was destroyed too. Maybe it was a freak accident. We do have copies of the most important works, so no fire can eradicate our knowledge. I see no point in destroying employee records either. More importantly, Lucien mentioned that Marcel Caronti contacted him. Carontis have always been... okay, Marcel's no exception. He was the eldest son of Conrad Caronti, the industrialist and media mogul who founded HOS, the richest man in the entirety of Sunderland. You shouldn't turn to me. He is awful to meet you, Mr. President. What does he want? After passing his father, may he rest in peace, Marcel aimed to become the next CEO of HOS. Yes, a conglomerate. He mentioned the productive collaboration. They're a powerful and influential media conglomerate. They own the Swordland Today newspaper and the Swordfish Broadcasting Company, which means it would be wise for them by our side. Sorry for interrupting. What does productive collaboration entail? He does not wish to explain the details of the fund, but so as in person, I believe I'll be receiving a call from him sometime soon. However, as Peter said, we have substantial power over the content of media outlets, headlines, and radio shows. That's a be offering. What he wants in returns, we need to understand. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. First thing to determine the general approach to media. I'm not the expert, Lucien, but Lucien made some very interesting arguments about the preparation of media yesterday. There are two ways we can approach media. One is by influencing it, which is clear advantages. The other is keeping it independent. Independent media. Ideally, yes, but the unpopular leader will not be able to pass even the easiest reforms. It is our utmost important to maintain public popularity and avoid any damage, scandals, or mistakes. There must such one thing, Mr. President. The more people we have supporting our agendas, the more people we can accomplish. With someone on our side in an influential media organization, we can do this very easily. Two wrongs don't make you right. Maybe not. It's hard to forget what happened to Alfonso last year. Things got even worse after his cabinet resigned as the media started to slander him, but that was a result of his own incompetence. He knocks her at the door. Please come in. New secretary entered the office. Her dark curls bounced as she crossed the room desk. Excuse me, Mr. President. Mr. Galladay's secretary has been... Oh, that's... Lucien. It's the guy secretary been calling me and wanted me to relay a message. Marcel Caronti, the new CEO, is in line for Mr. Galladay. Well, the ball is in our court now. Would you like to talk to him, sir, or would you like me to? I'll talk to him. Connect the line to my office. Me getting the calls of the big boys. The president speaking. Hello, Marcel. The president speaking. It's an honor, Mr. President. I know your time is valuable, so I will not waste any of it. I was just elected CEO of the HOS. My strategy in the running of this conglomerate will be different from my father's approach. This is why I am offering a partnership deal regarding our media branch. I would like to formally invite you to my details resort near Conrad for the meetings to discuss the details. What does that entail? Our future is partners, Mr. President. Surely we can't talk about the details on the phone. I just wish to have a face-to-face conversation with you. I will send the details to my secretary if you are interested. Do we have the meeting or do we refuse the meeting? Do we do the meeting or do we refuse? See, I was thinking we take the meeting but decline his offers. That's what we do. That's what we're going to do. I'd be interested in a meeting. You will not be disappointed. I promise. Well then, I will let you return to your back schedule. See you later, Mr. President. See you later, Mr. Caronti. I hung up the phone. The sittings are put away. Expect a worthwhile meeting next month. It's settled then. Looking forward to next month. I wonder if he has a pool. It appears we're done for today. We will continue where we left off later. Thank you for your time. Good work, Marcel. Keep it up. Lucien Peter. Good work with Marcel. Keep it up, sorry. I was wondering, that's not Marcel. More news! A beacon of hope for Swordland. Onrath Caronti passed away. Suspicious fire. Cool, cool, cool. Cool. Let us in see with the situations are. The tourism potential Reverie Party Committee report. Sid joins. Okay, we already saw that. Kyrie expresses approval of Swordish democracy. Cool. Declining energy output at the Valgan Dam. Right. We saw those already. Right. Let's investigate in mega infrastructure. Invest in mega infrastructure. Campaign the finance bill. Okay, hold on. Let's go back over here. The Ministry of Economy has put forward 2 bold plans of our mega infrastructure projects that would help the economic recession in the long term. Investing in the projects of this scale would take a portion of the budget, but are proved worthwhile if successfully completed. Invest in mega infrastructure project. Yes, yes, invest. Yes, we invest. We love investing. I think I'm missing worldwide. I'm not missing anything yet. It's still too small. Campaign finance bill. The Electoral Campaign Finance Bill. Section 1 of this bill stipulates the significant change in the methodology of the public funds allocation to political parties. The new measure replaces the previous system based on the number of votes won in the election, with the system relying on proportional seats. Public funds allocation to political parties. The new measure replaces the previous system based on the number of votes won in the general election, with the system relying on the proportion of seats secured by a political party in the assembly. Section 2 sets the annual financial allocation to political parties at 500,000 rand per member's assembly. This shift ensures that financial support from public funds aligns more closely with the party's representative influence of the legislative body. Section 3, a consequential effect of these amendments will effectively lead to the substantial increase in election budget for the USB. Okay, so I don't like Section 1. I don't like the idea of more power going to the hands of the political body instead of the people. Allocation. I do. Just annual allocation to political parties for each member of the assembly. This shift ensures financial support from political funds aligns more closely with the party's represent. I don't like the money being tied to the amount of party people in the party. We're gonna veto. We're vetoing that. All right. Is that the only thing? Discuss the potential infrastructure projects. The view towards the Marquian Sea from Lachaven was nothing short of exquisite. Fuck, the 3 musketeers are back. All right. Mr. President, we need to focus on boosting the economy as quick as possible. One of the fastest ways to achieve this is through infrastructure projects. Agreed. On the one hand, businessmen are complaining about the slow logistical rail network between Holsord and Lachaven. On the other hand, citizens are criticizing the lack of a proper highway connection between Lachaven and Arvery. Narrow roads by the seaside are not dangerous and also travelable to traverse. Railroad. Businessmen are complaining about the railroad, and people are complaining about the highway. Now, if it's road safety, then I'll say support it. But if it's more roads in terms of like traffic congestion, then I'm like, hey, you kind of fucking should have luck, We need to head economic growth, which is obviously connected to the two most economically powerful cities. It's not business folk who are suffering now, but ordinary folk. What really matters is the first economic act accomplishes something tangible. Must know the administration to get things done. Alright, we're gonna go with the road. We're gonna go with the road. Get something done first. At that point, I defined two important projects for your attention: the H3 highway and the L1 high-speed rail project. The ministry can only support one budget at a time, our current capacity and budget. Let's move on to the details of each. So what do you want to hear about first? Highway project. The H3 project aims to improve the abysmal state of the road network in Agland and region bordering Agnolia, and the area is home to several million Agno-Sortish people, Sortishans, who currently feel neglected. There are no proper highway connections to and from Agland. The mayor of Arvery, Eric Neal, has been asking for a bigger budget to develop regional infrastructure. He told us that even trucks are having a hard time traveling through the main roads. The increasing traffic is causing people for commuting in and out of the region. We can't leave the request of Eric. Party member unanswered. That must be cumbersome for citizens. I agree. This could. I'm not sure if. Okay. This must be cumbersome. It is. Bless their souls. I'm happy we're thinking alike on this matter. Let's take more detailed look at the upgrade proposal. Okay, points at Latchaven. The H3 highway route starts in Latchaven and then leads to Lenkerg. And it goes from there to Arvery. And as a result, the road network towards Agnolian capital Stallport will improve substantially. Okay. As mayor, I saw the central government continuously neglect its country's Anglo-Sortish population, dominated regions. Is administration going to continue that kind of negligence? We should no longer neglect a key region for our trade with Agnolia. Our Agno-Sortish people should be respected as swords. Yes, there should be no preference or separation among Sortish citizens, meaning we should think about what's best for the country overall. But you pointed out the highway would be less beneficial in the short term. I have to disagree. It will increase the speed of transportation throughout the region. Our citizens will be quite pleased if we successfully accomplish this. Besides, if we ever trade talks with Agnolia, the investment is a positive sign. I have settled on a decision. I don't care about the railroad. We're doing the road. This road, getting a railroad from here to here, not the top of our concerns at the moment. Poor area that needs a lot of development really badly. Helps get positive relations with a foreign country that we can help trade deals with, and people will like seeing that things are being done to help people and not businesses. I have decided on the H3 project. Okay, thank God. I knew he would see some reason. The negotiations will begin in the middle of this year. You will be able to award the contract to corporation of your choice. The ministry estimates that construction will be completed in 2 years of every step if it is executed successfully. Thank you for your commentations and thoughts. See you soon, Mr. Rain. Have a nice day, Mr. President. Okay. Nice. Assignment started, Latchaven. Nice. National Front. Jesus Christ, Gurney. My God, Narbel. Of note that Agnolia and Vagsland don't really like each other because they're a contest on an island. Agnolia and Valgrensland both contest an island. Oh, this island here, Hail G-Port. I see what you mean. This is like a contested territory between the two of them. This is the Broken Shackle. Invagonize with real socialism. I do see that, yeah, the real socialism is here. And Agnolia is parliamentary republic. Right now we're neutral with them. And we're friendly with Agnolia. We'll continue to play it by ear, I guess. We'll play it safe. It is surprising that a game actually represents like legit socialism as a political group and not just standard tanky Marxist-Leninism socialism. It's actually interesting that they did that. We have some news. President vetoes bill, campaign finance bill, vetoed. Friends Victor also objected to the funding packages. It contains too much unfairness in allocation of budget. Also sought to delay. Yeah, no, it was a bad bill. Invest in Arcasian company stocks. No, fuck you. Don't invest. Is this only one thing available here? Just this thing? Reception at the inaugural ball. Residence of the President of Swordland. I had just finished buttoning up my suit jacket. Presidential guard came to the ball. The ball was 3-decade-old tradition. Breathlessly anticipated by all district. I called on Monica to get the children ready. Suddenly, Deanna hugged me from behind, suddenly worrying me, startling me a little. Monica had her, okay. Papa, Mama told me it's time to go. Hello, darling. I'm ready. It's your brother. Yes. I think Frankie's still upstairs. She shrugged. It is almost time to leave. The big ball was starting in less than an hour. Darling, Frank, it's time. Monica came down the stairs. That's Monica. That's my wife. That's my wife. My wife. She was wearing... Okay, cool. How do you do, Mr. President? Embrace her. Now, where the hell is Frank if I'm an abusive dad? Because there's the day we married. Now, there's the charm that got you elected. Frank charged out. Frank's an adult! The fuck? Oh, he's in high school, never mind. This thing itches. Frank talked to the college next to the seemed a little at ease. Are you good to go? I'm glad to have you. This was right. Are you good to go? Sooner it'll be over, right? But these people are gonna be around us from now on. Pointing the presidential guard. Yes. Most important. Unfortunately, yes. They can leave certain points from now until Eastern. These people are friends, Deanna. It's alright, baby. They're here to make sure nothing bad happens to your papa. Or his family. Monica and... Oh, there'd be... My family is going to die in a car bombing. I just fucking know it. My family is going to get car bombed or, like... They're gonna get captured by the fucking... By, like, KGB or some shit and, like, tortured. My family's gonna die. My family is going to die. This man... This poor man in the corner. Anton Rain. He's gonna get tortured. I just know it. I just know it. Dad, do I really have to go? Can I stay home instead? The party's one for me. You'll love it, son. I'm nervous myself, Frank, but I'd feel more confident with my son by my side. Well, then you put it like that. Sure, let's go. Residential guard showed up. Motorcade started moving place. I gazed out the front window in deep in thought. Anton, what are you thinking about? With all that's going on, I'm wondering if I made the right choice. I think that we've come a long way, haven't we? Yes, and there's so much that we'll accomplish side by side. Just remember, no matter what happens, the children and I will always be here for you. I'm going to help Papa fix everything. Frank rolled his eyes. I know you will, honey. We'll see, darling. After what seemed like convoy slowed to a halt, Sergei rolled down the limousine soundproof partition. Well, yes, we hope you enjoyed the drive. I did, Sergei. Thank you. Always a pleasure to hear that. Sergei opened the door for me. Normally imposing palace was festooned with garnished banners that made it look cheerful. Politicians, bureaucrats, and celebrities, the creme de la creme of the sort of elite streamed inside the building. Good luck out there, Mr. President. I'll see you on the trip home. I stepped out and immediately found myself surrounded by loud voices and camera flashes. My god, who the fuck? SBC reporter. Kill her! Shoot the reporter on site! We don't fuck with the press! Get the fuck out of here! Fuck you! My guards fenced. Recognized. I signed it. Mr. President, do you plan on working together with the opposition parties to get the expected constitutional reforms? My administration will bring real change. This is a night for celebration. I'm not going to talk my policies now. The opposition is willing to support us. We are working. If the opposition is willing to support us. Mr. Richter clarified that as long as you hold your promises of democratization, they will support you on these issues to the end. What do you think about this situation? I welcome it. This is a challenge. Follow us. As long as you hold your promises of democratization, they will support you. Honestly, I can't comment. I welcome it. This is a challenge for all of us. One more question. One of your first acts as president was to veto a campaign finance law that would have deprived small parties of public funds while increasing those channeling to your own. Are we seeing the beginning of a more egalitarian administration? Yes. No political party deserves to be silenced. I will not. I would use my veto party if it were against. No political party deserves to be silenced. That's enough, ma'am, said the one guards. The entrance was decorated in Swordland colors, white, yellow, and maroon. A lush maroon carpet had rolled down the stairs. There's Peter. We entered the lobby and joined the throngs making way to the ballroom. As I navigated through the crowd, a familiar figure stood toward me. Bernard Surcrass, the acclaimed poet, and now MP. His face bore a look of subtle defiance. Congratulations, President Rain. A remarkable achievement indeed. Been a long time, Comrade Cirque. A remarkable achievement, yes, the truth has been. I appreciate your congratulations, but now the former Red Youth member to another. We both know the work has just begun. That's right, President Rain. Once a Red Youth, always a Red Youth. I can't help but wonder how the winds of change will blow in our swordland, and today you've taken the helm. Perhaps now is our time for our long-nurtured dream of revolution will finally become a reality. Revolution, Mr. Circass. Let's hope it's a peaceful one for the sake of the Swordland and its new president. Swordland needs progress, and the revolution. You need to be onto something, Bernard. But tonight, let's put politics aside and enjoy the evening. Revolution or not, Mr. Circass, it's a night for unity of Swordland. Revolution, let's hope it's peaceful. You mustn't forget to ride towards the progress is to invite the flame. Yet only through fiery peril and true glory be found. The light of it binds Saul. The light with it as the weight of your new role. I've taken up enough of your time, President Rain. This is your night after all. Your friends and country await. Thank you for sharing your wisdom, Mr. Circa. Enjoy your evening. Circass, okay? Until we meet again. As I watched Bernard Circa blend into the crowd, his words echoed in my mind. Were they merely poetic expressions, or a reflection of real socialist sentiments stirring within the country? Behind me I hear a familiar voice. There they are, the most beautiful family in Swordland. Uncle Peter. Hi, Uncle Peter. It's great to see you. You two are growing faster than I am getting wiser. Are you sure you've gone any wiser, Peter? You're sorry for Soares. You're sure you're getting any wiser? Maybe not. After all, I'm still sticking with you. Happy to see such a familiar face, Peter. Evelyn. And then woman appears. Evelyn. Congratulations, Anton. I have to say the results clear to me from the beginning. Appreciate it, Evelyn. Means a lot. Thank you. We both were. I wish I was as sure as you. There's a woman behind every successful man. Liberal. Obama. Liberal, Obama. Appreciate Evelyn. It means a lot. Pleasure is mine. I think it's time to celebrate. This guy's voice has changed like 5 times. I hope you will sow the same lose from job. Of course I will. You know me. I work as hard as I play. He gave me a smile that looked halfway genuine. He seemed uncomfortable. Monica, how are you? You've barely said a word. I'm more than relieved to have this roller coaster ride over with, but of course now the real work begins. Ah yes, managing the help, running parties, daily trips to foreign dignitaries. Don't be so old-fashioned, Evelyn. I plan to use my powers first slated to advance the positions of women throughout the Swordland. Equal rights for our sex are long overdue. Wouldn't you say, Anton? As long as you don't burn the roast, am I right, Peter? Up to the point, yes. They mustn't. Absolutely. And we'll work together to achieve that. Monica flashed me a smile. Deanna suddenly jumped in between and snugged on my sleeve. Papa, can we go? I want to see the ballroom. Yes, let's go. Moved to the ballroom. We left the lobby and made our way towards the ballroom. Inside we see politicians. Blah, 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 blah. People making speeches. Jazz. Oh, that was tiring. We have to get used to it. Well, gunshots instantly. Peter and I turned realization faces. Fireworks. No gunshots! As soon as Monica heard the word, she lunged from her seat. Get down! Am I gonna get shot instantly? Is there a save function in this game? Oh, there's checkpoints, I see. So I can get shot and killed here. Get down. Anton, the kids! Monica, Deanna, and Frank all looked at me beseechingly. I rushed to shield them. Papa, what's happening? I knew it. We shouldn't never have gone. Chaos broke out. Some of the guests flung themselves under the tables. Deanna burst into tears while Frank tried to comfort her, hiding her fears in his own. The gunshots ran radically. Carl Grace, Mr. President, are you all right? Carl Grace, the head of the Swedish police force, was running towards us with more police officers decorated in uniforms. They all had their guns drawn. As soon as he made it to us, he saw that we were unharmed. He let out a big sigh of relief. Thank God. The hell's going on? The hell's going on? 1 second, Mr. President. He turned around quickly to his men. Check the perimeter now! Paul Jansen, follow my lead. We will Paul Jansen, follow my lead. We will bring the ball to the safe room. Now he turned to Monica, Evelyn, and the children spoke to a soft voice. Do not worry. We've got the situation under control. Please follow me. Promptly followed Carl through the winding halls and the quarters of the palace. His men still had their guns drawn, which attempt not ease tension. On the way, Peter made an attempt to break the silence. What a fucking night. Not now, Peter. Carl turned to us with a serious face as we were around the corner. Quiet, please. Sorry, I talk when I get nervous. Peter, shut up. Carl flipped a switch on the wall, and a panel opened, revealing a hidden staircase leading to the large reinforced door. Inside, a set of emergency lights flickered on. Safe was comfortable, spacious, expensive-looking leather sofas. Small security monitors on the wall displayed grainy footage of a room in a palace. There's a boardroom and a pantry. Monica, okay. Carl stepped away from the place. Let's meet Peter. So what's the status? Not the best negation. What are we on attack for? Is attack against what's going on? So what's the status? Carl's radio suddenly crackled to life. Every second felt like an eternity as he pressed the ear to receiver. When it fell silent, he turned to us. Good news. We're not in any real danger at the moment. Situation belt perimeter has been secured by the guards and police force. If I may, sir. He gestured towards a more private corner of the room. This is what we know so far. We have confirmed that 2 people were gunned down in the front of the palace. The attacker is one of them, and we have reason to believe he is working alone. He fired 3 shots at an NP, one to the head and 2 to the body, instantly killing him. Residential guards at the palace immediately shot and killed the attacker. He has not been identified yet, and we require an investigation. No! Bernard Circus! The guy we were talking to earlier was gunned down. No! No! This is huge, Anton. This will cause a lot of problems. A lot of problems. He had pulled out 2 cigarettes and handed me one. He then turned to Evelyn, making her trying to reassure his okay. Monica was still trying to tend to Deanna and Frank. Comfort Monica and the kids. Nothing like this will ever happen again. I'll make sure of it. Can't be sure of anything anymore, Anton. I lit my cigarette and took a deep drag. I was going to see this through and keep my family safe at all costs. I crushed the cigarette into an ashtray. Damn. Presidential ball. Socialist MP shot dead. Damn. Holy shit. Connections. Our legislative is down 1 member because they died. They died a death. Spokesman of the Independents. Mansom Leki. MP shot, nation in shock. Who's this guy? Oh yeah, he's the head of that thing. He was a communist, not a socialist. Oh right, yeah. Silly me, silly me, silly, silly, silly me. Oh shit. Okay, well, Red Youth wants revenge. That's not good. We have done some deading here. Some deading has happened. The economy. Okay. Highways under construction. Isn't that sick? That's cool, right? We like that. Status report. Security increased. Security, okay. Murder of Bernard. Police chief. What are the investigations? Situation room. Ruin palace. My cabinet. Okay, we have minister. Lilias. I haven't met Nia yet. Peter's here. Eggman is here. And Lucien is here. Oops. Mr. Bernard's. Oh shit. Bernard Sarkis was shot dead at 9:30 p.m. in front of the palace gates. He was elected an independent member of the assembly and, as you know, a famous communist. The guards at the scene were 50 meters away. They immediately took action to respond and killing the assailant, who was identified as a member of the nationalist organization Young Swords. The president and his family were unharmed. Praise God. An MP shot near the palace. That is unacceptable. I agree. We are reevaluating our security measures. However, the recession has affected our ministry negatively. This may create a dangerous atmosphere where the left could versus right political violence of the 1920s could spark once again. A return of those days would be devastating. The coup is the reason why our country stagnated for a decade. Nia sighed. The Red Youths have condemned the killing but did not stop there. They promised revenge. This would turn and spark in the further aggression of the young source. The whole cycle started because Bernard Sarkis expressed his views. We cannot simply look away. Nia had always been one for only members of the Justice Ministry, serving the name. She survived countless attacks of her character while fighting corruption within the ministry. So Nia seems cool. Freedom of expression is a part of our constitution. We can't have anyone, let alone an MP, shot for voicing different opinions. I fully agree. We should protect freedom of speech. Our laws do, and for good reason. Silencing voices only results in fear and stagnation inside society. We had that before, and we knew how bad it was. I hear your concerns. Our police do their best to uphold the rights of citizens. We will prevent such an act from happening again, and making sure our security measures are re-evaluated. Minister of Events Josef Lancia grunts in approval. He towered over the rest of us in full military uniform, his war medals conspicuously on display.
Great, ma'am. Our gendarme has been helping boost security in the rural areas where possible, though there might be more violence to come.
We should refrain from making issue a political one from the start. It will only add more fuel to the fire. We need to defuse the situation. Our government is capable to maintain security. Our job is to reduce tensions. Several police cars rushed past the Maroon Palace and went silent. Regardless, a full investigation into involved parties is underway. We will find the observers and punish them soon enough, Mr. President.
I'll do my best to help coordinate the administrative tasks.
Justice will be served as the part of the law will return to the country stronger than ever.
Only if we stay vigilant as a country. We must think about the upcoming budget.
It is too soon to conclusions. I agree. The internal stability must be maintained. Our security funding might need to be increased. We should not lose sight of real political goals like the constitutional reforms. Agreed. These matters shouldn't distract us from what the people want us to do. It seems the tensions between the communists and nationalists will escalate further. It will be very difficult to pass any meaningful change if there is chaos in the country. Can't fix the recession if there's no stability. We'll have to make it to this employer promises. Well, delivering the promises will help the stability. Can't pass any constitutional. Okay. No use worrying about it now. Let's analyze the effects first. We'll cross the bridge when we come to it. This will be it for today then. We'll convene again soon. Thank you all for keeping us updated. Cool. I'm hooked. We have news. Murder at the palace. Oh, yes, indeed. We already knew about that, though. A few days later. Oh, we have plenty of things we have to take care of now. Police overburdened and escorted. 12-hour shifts to suppress the protests. Chief of Police Carl Gracer reported the two Bluish women appellations to the BFF have been caught and full sort of been executed terror attack at the crowded rally. Both women are listed as wanted criminals enemies of the state. Women's okay, the National Front rally at okay. Weapons seized in Cultural Center. Police captured 22 rifles along the Source Army. Okay. Police understaffed in Arbel. Illegal firearms found in Communist Party office. Young Sword Youth Wing leader dead after terror attack. Local Young Swords Youth Wing leader. Okay. Communist Party leader suspected in a bomb attack. Fortune critiques trade. The Prime Minister Martin Van leader of our country's concerns raised over how. Okay, cool. Smolak warns traders. Soul dam at maximum capacity. Eagle KA-74s. I wonder if those are AK-47s. Police overburdened and stored. Reports of BFF. Okay, so yeah, we already read all that. Okay. Assumes that everything over there is done. We have two situations to deal with. Dinner with the family at home. Security briefing at the threats against Orland. Dinner with the family at home. For a long day at the palace, I was finally okay. I could hear Deanna rushing in the stairs to greet me. I opened the eyes to see from the eyes. Papa, you're home. I'm glad my recommendation was a good one. Yes, I'm actually really enjoying this. The only request I'd have is voice acting for the characters, because this is going to destroy my voice reading, but that's like such a minor request to have. There's my beautiful princess. Lifted Diana. Okay, she was growing fast, lifted her up. No, I could say it was. How was school? Boring. I liked my old school better. I put her down. She was enjoying just Papa. Are the bad men gone? There was only one bad man, Diana, and yes, he's gone. Don't forget to hydrate once in a while. I will after this conversation. How about that? I will after this conversation. Okay, Papa. Diana dashed on the way. Mama, Papa's here. Monica appeared next to the kitchen door. She was wearing an old apron, which was a spatula in hand. Diana, what did I tell you? No running in the house. Yes, Mama. Darling, you shouldn't have. What do we have to cook? What do we have a cook for? How was your day, dear? Terrific. I finally got to do some grocery shopping just like old times, and I'm making your favorites. You mean? Yes. Svabli. Svabli! Svabli! They made Svabli! Oh my god, Svabli! The fuck is Svabli? Vegetables and creamy sheep cheese sandwiched in thin layers of dough. Actually doesn't sound that bad. It was absolutely my favorite dish, especially paired with kebij, a potent unfiltered wine from Bergia. I could kiss her on the cheek. I just wanted to cheer everyone up a bit. Her smile faded and lowered as she heard, especially after what happened with the ball. I'm worried, Anton, for you, the children, the country. Mama. Yes, sweetheart? I'm hungry. We'll eat in a minute. Will you help me set the table? Anton, can you tell Frank to come down for dinner? He's been sulking in his room all day. Okay, I'm gonna have a talk with my son then. Open the door. Knock on the door. Response. Door was locked. Knock on the door again. Frank, turn that, hang on the door. Darren clicked off. Alright. Unlocked and opened the door. What do you want? Turn those records up louder next time. Turn those records up, won't you? I don't think the neighbors heard. He's ready. Be a little sarcastic here. Come on, have a seat. It won't be as tasty as it is cold. It won't be as tasty if it's cold. We were eating. We heard Monica's cooking. Monica was the first to break the silence. Say, did you do a refurbished grocery store? I didn't know that there. I don't know if you remember the owner. He's been working there for the past 30 years. Can you imagine doing the same job for that long? What if you were president for 20 years, for example? 20 years of this? I'd be... Oh, I probably should not mention being dead. I should not mention that. I wouldn't want the country to suffer on another soul.
Agreed. It's never happened again. Anyway, the grocer really is a nice person. He threw me in some extra vegetables with my. Frank suddenly slammed his hands on the table. I stared at him. So this was gonna be. We're just gonna be sitting here like nothing happened. Dad, you could have been killed. Mom could have been killed. Any one of us could have died. Deanna's lips started trembling. Monica put her hand on Frank's shoulder. Frank, you know I would never let anything happen to you or Deanna. And what would you have us do? And we're still alive. And yet, we are still alive. Meaningless. I agree with both of these responses here. What would you have us do? We lived. Like, we lived. I'm gonna say this one, though. For now, what if this happens again? Fine. Let's talk about it. So. I know it was a close call, but everything's under control. Do you think I would let us go down so easily? No. It's not up to you, is it? Just one rogue shooter. You were not even the target. But what if we were? Frank, listen to your father. Your father says we don't need to worry, then we don't need to worry. You have to trust him. We'll have to trust each other. Frank got up first and retreated back to his room. Monica lifted Deanna up to the plopter. People fucking sat across from me. Anton, he is still young. No, but it hasn't much longer we can shield him. The ugliest of the world. That's what worries me. I made plenty of rash decisions when I was his age. My father would have. Plenty of rash decisions. You can make plenty of rash decisions now too. Frank's not the only one who's scared, Anton. Promise if there's truly any threat to this family, you will be the first to know. Have I truly been lying to Frank and Deanna? Was the threat to my family truly over? Time would tell. They're dead. They're dying in a car accident. They're dying in a horrible accident. Anyway, I said I would get water. So I'm gonna go do that right now. I'll be right back. Doggy running over the hose. So true. So true. That's literally me. Literally me. Alright. Gotta deal with the security briefing too. I arrived in front of the doors looking at the situation room. Internal matters, external matters, short break. Lilias and Litania. Okay. Yosef, Valken. Chief of the Armed Forces. I haven't met this guy yet. Alright, that's Yosef. And okay, that's foreign minister. Internal minister. Okay, okay. So, please take your seats. Everyone in the room was. Mr. President, ladies, we will knock off today's meeting with the internal security briefing. I'm assuming everyone has already been over the agenda, so we have a busy schedule, so without further ado, we will jump into our first topic. As we feared, the political atmosphere has worsened. The reports from around the country indicate the tensions are rising as we feared. And what is the status of Bernard Sarkis's investigation? I received news that the morning of this investigation into the murder of Bernard Sarkis is concluded. Please enlighten us. The more we know, the better. After further investigation of the testimonies, we have confirmed the motive and also the events leading up to the shooting. A few days prior, a member of the Red Youth initiated a violent attack on a young sword local and leader in Jen. We believe the young swords then called for revenge, leading to the death of Mr. Sarkis. Since he often spoke against the young swords and was a nationalist and national sentiments in the assembly, he was a big target, not to mention his radical communist views. Political violence needs to stop. Yet coming radical. What? Political violence needs to stop.
needs to stop now. Yes, we've kept it at bay for so long, but it seems that there are now new triggers. Elias handed over the report, pointed to the highlighted section of the document. The investigation revealed a very troubling fact. The funding sources the Red Youth have clear link to United Contata. This is proof they are meddling in our affairs. What does this mean? What does this mean? That communist superpower is meddling in our affairs. Several Red Youth members of ties to United Contata have been detained, and information extracted from them points to a preparation for a communist uprising in Swordland. It isn't unusual for these superpowers to influence other nations, but I think this is a little far-fetched. The left lacks popular support in Swordland. I went over the report in detail, and it would be wrong to jump into conclusions about the clear foreign international interference yet. United Contata has humanitarian and cultural ties with many countries, including Swordland. I also don't want to jump to any conclusions immediately. We shouldn't create a crisis with them. Nearly 3 decades ago, they funded General Ricard and tried to establish a communist dictatorship in our country. If it was not for Colonel Sol, we would have seen a real crisis. Our police chief, Carl Gracer, has linked the funding channel to the United Contata consulate in Benfey. As we know, the united enemies of Swordland are many, but we also have threats inside the country. Our country has always had issues. This is a part of our job. We need to remain vigilant. If we give up essential freedoms to purchase temporary security, we deserve neither freedoms nor security. This is debatable. Yes, we now know that the security and surveillance constitute the country under President Sol. Let's not forget that President Sol, God bless him, brought stability after a long period of bloodshed and chaos. But moving on. Our highest internal threat comes from the estimated 20,000-strong Bludish Freedom Front, led by imprisoned Derwin Arge. They are banned from political organization, now a militant force trying to incite racial violence. Okay. Are they supported by Bludish citizens? To some extent, luckily they could have attract a wide audience of Bloods. But they could potentially attract thousands of anti-Bludish sentiments spread across Swordland again. Our intelligence intercepted 2 crates filled with weapons close to the Rumburg border. They were filled with military-grade Ka-74s. We expect that more have been smuggled. A group of Bloods were caught with these guns at the checkpoint not far away. The governor of Bergia, Felix Braun, is already taking care of necessary measures to counter the threat. Lumberg has been acting aggressively in the region for a long time. I'm not surprised that they would weaponize the British people against us. This is very worrying. We make direct correlations between the BFF and Rumburg. Is it expected that Rumburg would undermine us? But this is too far. We need to keep level head with Rumburg. They are looking for reasons to take action. Can we make any direct correlations? This is too far. I agree. The prospect of arming our population against us is a step too far. This is great news, but we must be careful not to stoke the fires of anti-Bloody sentiment. Unfortunately, Government Braun is directly causing tensions to increasing the anti-Bloody stance. I must remind you, Governor Braun is directly responsible for the arrest of Daewin Urge, the previous leader of the BFF. It's true that his methods can be extreme at times, but it was his policy that kept the region peaceful over the last decade. He is misusing the power given to him by Tarquin Sol. The insane authority of the governor is surely a root cause. It would be very difficult to invoke the special status of Bergia under the current circumstances. Miss Morgna, the president no longer have the authority of Tarquin Sol. Oh no, yes, but enough justification for it. It would be possible. Anyway, we'll be discussing this at a later time. Bergia has always been the region of chaos and trouble. We must be careful. Tell me more about the special zone. As you know, Belgium was given a special status by Tarquin Sol after the full-scale uprising by the BFF against the Swedish government in 1935. Those couple years were disastrous for Bergia. Dwaylen Aj and the BFF Dwaylen Aj and the BFF declared war on us, openly attacking people and occupying entire cities. It was a massive uprising, but I'd like to point out to the longest time that we were in control of a city for 2 weeks. I wouldn't call it an occupation. Despite the arrest of Dwaylen Aj in 44, the BFF ceasing its activities, the status, special status to the region, were never revoked. Today, as a special zone of Belgia gives the governor insane amounts of authority. He was in trouble with the law and before not following the central government's authority. Unfortunately, Bergia also has its own police force directly commanded by Governor Braun. They are not part of my ministry and also cooperate when they are forced to do so. This is a problem. Even though our special zone have the authority to serve in Bergia, the special zone leaves the security of Bergia most in the hands of the governor. That leaves my hands tied. The discrimination Bergia suffers is maddening. We should find a way to revoke the special status. Discrimination Bergia suffers is maddening. We should find a way to revoke the special status of Bergia one way or another. Rather than that status quo, we must reverse the situation. Let the ministry have full control. Governor Braun and his special powers deserve credit for their... Yeah. Yeah. I will do my best, Mr. President. What is the second most important set? It is the gang violence that is threatening Nargis and Agnan regions. Two prominent organized crime families are at war, and the potential for bloodshed is real. Which two crime families? One of them is known as the Coronelli, and the other is the Skinner cartel. They used to be allies in the recent disagreement. Both of them are active in the cities of Narbel and Estord. I trust you can handle them. I want them gone. Trust you can handle them. I am doing my best, sir. I shall be honest with you. With our current political capabilities, we may not prevent the further arming of separatists while maintaining order in Bergia, Nargis, and Heckland. If the law enforcement budget isn't increased, I can't be fully responsible for what happens. Our police units are spread thin as is. This mission, increase law enforcement budget. Looking at someone, sorry. Do we directly say, because it's not really her fault, really? Do we increase the police budget? I mean, we're dealing with organized crime here. Puppy gonna defund the police? But we're not defunding it. We're either not funding it more, or we're funding it. I wish this option just wasn't so rude. This option's a little too rude. I could be like, we can't spare at the moment. Like, I'm not gonna fund the police more. My job is to keep you fully informed, and this is reality. My experiences and expertise in keeping the country safe from violent thugs can only go so far. I wish you could stop using the word thugs, yes. The real problem is corruption, which is feeding the gang violence and is very likely the reason why these weapons are smuggled in. A higher budget could help us in that. Valid points. Corruption is the root of all evil. The ministry could tackle the issue with us persistence. Valid points. We can look into corruption once the weapons have been found and the gangs have been beaten. It's like previous administrations, kicking the can down the road. What is the destroying our institutions? Leas and Nia scowling at each other. Well, this concludes the topics for internal positions. Did I yawn? I didn't even realize I yawned. Thank you for the updates, Mrs. Graff. Thank you for the updates, Mrs. Claff, Mrs. Mogna. Thank you for the overview. Have a good day. Until next time. 2 ministers left the room. Upon an invitation, Josef Lancia, along with 3 high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Defense, walked into the room. One of the men was none other than General Kruger of the Armed Forces. Okay.
Mr. President,
Josef, welcome.
I brought General Kruger with me to de-escalation on our borders.
General Kruger stepped forward. He saluted. He was a strong man with a strong jaw, sharp cheekbones. His tall stature, uniform, and medals, combined with his deep and intense stare, made him look threatening. He was in his 70s, and he had a bulky body that was a result of his commando training. Not only that, he was the second most decorated officer in Swordland, and he was also the longest serving. General Kruger,
Mr. President, it was an honor.
Yosef tapped his foot impatiently. He seemed uneasy with the presence of another high-ranked officer in the room. Gentlemen, thanks for coming to the significant gathering. Let's begin.
Mr. President, the situation in the western and northern borders towards Ramburg is very tense. We are observing deployments and divisions closer to our border. Ramburg has been acting increasingly expansionist in the past decade, so they're interfering in Magnolia. But now they have turned their sights on us.
This concerns me very much. Looking into this. Elon Musk posting a reply. Looking into this. Looking into this. Looking into this. What is your current strategy?
Patrolling close to the borders with their border force and keeping an army reserve near divisions near.
It seems they would want to increase the pressure both to externally and internally.
Mr. President, if I may.
Go on.
The picture is becoming clear. The latest information from the interior about the weapon caches, and now there is an active military buildup across the border. The entire situation was analyzed by our general staff, and prediction is a future territorial incursion by Ramburg. Complete trust in the general staff. But it's exaggerated. So we have buildup on the border, mixed in with some arms that were found. I don't want to say it is a sign of invasion, but invasion isn't off the table. This isn't like if there was troops mobilized on the border, I'd be like, all right, they're coming, they're on their way. But it's exaggerated, that's all I'm going to say. With all due respect, I think you're underestimating what we could face. I require an increase in military budget to enlist more soldiers. Only then we can stand strong against our enemies. The enlarged armed forces will hold them at bay.
Arkin is right. We do need an increased military budget, although we don't need to see iodines in the budget. That much we agree on.
I have my concerns about Ramburg too. We need strong allies who withstand the superior power. They are our nemesis.
That is an understatement. Times are changing and war is coming, Mr. President, whether we like it or not. We must be prepared. During the election, you said something about focusing on military. I will ask you to reconsider and to increase the military budget. The future and safety of Sorland is in your hands.
As you say, we will see.
Our forces would crumble under the decrease of and then Ramburg would be much more compelled to exploit our weakness. Our country hasn't fallen into any invading force for 200 years. We'll not let it happen, Mr. President.
We should find regional allies like Volksland or Lesbia to deter Ramburg. There are several options on the table. Ramburg wouldn't attack any nation allied with any superpower.
One shudders at the sacrifices one must make. Yes, but that is the difference between losing your independence to one or the other.
Everyone fell silent when a soldier entered the room and let Yosef know that what a call had come to the ministry.
Excuse me, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
A few minutes later, he entered the room again. His expression had changed.
Mr. President, there is a Ramburgian military activity close to the Nambar border. I just spoke with the local commander. Falcon, you should go to the ministry and get further updates from our big branches. Understood. Raising military readiness is the first call of action. If there is truly extraordinary attempt, we will adhere to it immediately and wait your orders, Mr. President.
Make sure they know we are observant and ready. Remain calm. Make sure things do not escalate further. Nobody wants a war.
We will exercise utmost caution, Mr. President. Hail, Swordland. Hail.
They saluted and leave the room. Ramburg was already testing it. Okay. Having Nationals, British Rebels, Ramburg extension. What was next? Swordland is already a key piece in the chessboard of global rival between Arcasia and United Corntata. But in the recent years, it has left no regression of the Ramburg, not at these levels. All it takes is source lands. The phone rang. Ramburg had decided to let close their consulate in Lechaven. Oh, God. Oh, Lord. Read the report. CSP faction spotlights workers' rights and report. The drawing an international attention to the. This is the same thing Ato did with the fucking the human rights thing. Oh fuck! Intercontinental ballistic missile has been developed by Arcasia. That's awesome. We love that. I didn't realize this was an ocean. I'm stupid. Condolences for Circais. Cool. Cool for them. Oh baby, oh way way, oh way way way, whoa, wow way way, whoa. This is not an ocean. Sea. I didn't realize. I never realized. War City, 3 cities, Montserrat. We got news. We got some news going on. Protests across Sword and Source. Politicians sought dead. Rumors of an infrastructure project. Protests in Garuni. Unity despite construction. Wrong economy. The only way to building out business. Gang violence claims young girl's life. Political clash. Murder was a method of the past. The radical. Real truth by an economic crisis. 1927. Never again. Unrest in Swordland. For farewell, Bernard. Rumberg closes consulate. Vogsland labor unions drive further decentralized economy. Arcasian PMC descends on Maribone. Cool. Our overview. We have more going on with the nation on revolt. Diplomatic pressure. We have a lot of shit going on. Lord. Read the report. Rise of Golkandism and Golkandism is a fundamentalist and extremist branch of this warrior culture. Ew, boring. Nurity, a monotheistic religion centered around the belief of the divine God and the saint Das, the divine messenger. This is just Christianity, I assume. Nurity is a major monotheistic religion predominantly pastored by Marcopa. Yeah, this is just Christianity. So this is the fucking warrior cult. Okay. Fringe, we don't like that. Sword. United Cantata, Consulate helped protesters. The UC Consulate helped protesters. Around that time, Red Youth protesters helped the swords. I think we're gonna pull closer to the UC, Democratic Republic of Vagsland. We're gonna pull closer to Vagsland. Are these people on a different continent? On the continent? Oh, I didn't realize they're not even on the map. Yeah, we're gonna pull closer to Vagsland. Where is Cantata even? Is Cantata even on here? In Western Maricopa. Nation capital of Entry City serves as financial capital. President Dwight Walker. America. I think the map is like the Balkans. Maybe. Maybe. I think it looks very original in my opinion. In my opinion, it looks nothing like any map I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, this is, yeah, I've noticed, yeah. I thought Vogsland was like the area we're talking about, but no. No. Yes. Vogsland. We're gonna pull closer to Vogsland. Vogsland is gonna be our friend, I think, because Rumberg really wants to kill us. Okay. Full sword. End of the day at the Marin Palace. React to unrest. Marin Palace was fun. Okay. I quickly approached my chair and sprawled out of it. It had exhausted the day like when I took office. Lean back and relax. Prepare to go home. Okay. I quickly canceled it before leaving. Sergei and the guards. Usual. I heard soon went. Mr. President, Mr. Tusk is here to see you. Who's Mr. Tusk? Oh, he's the fucker. I don't want to talk to this guy. You had no meeting with the Lothenburg spokesman. I am sorry to not give you permanent moments. Don't worry about it. Thank you for the misunderstanding. Thank you for the understanding. For a moment, Mr. Tusk swaggered into the room. I'd met Swordland's most prominent businessman once or twice, but never alone. He had large jowls, blindingly shiny shoes, and the air of someone who was used to getting his way. Anything to drink, Mr. Tusk? Water, whiskey. I didn't mean to shape him in the scale. Oh, yeah. I think this is supposed to be bigger than the Balkans, though. This just seems like a general, like if Balkans were bigger. If Balkans were bigger. Perfectly preferable from where you were born, sweetheart. I'll check the supply room. Walter hung up his hat. Okay. Good evening, Mr. President. I'm here to congratulate you. My business partners and I wish you a successful term as the leader of our nation. Why are you really here? I see that you're not very welcoming, President. I merely congratulate you. I see no reason to necessitate rudeness. I don't believe I'm being rude. Time is money, after all, isn't it right? Forgive me, long day. No need to ask for forgiveness. You are the president, after all. May I continue? Please. I'd like to build a profitable relationship between us. That being said, there are some concerns of mine that and the people I represent, which I would like to take this opportunity to clear up. What are these concerns? The people you represent? The people I represent are the Lothenburg group, Mr. President. But of course, these concerns are not limited to them. The ruined state of the economy in Solent has influenced everyone. The recession has hit us all hard. Had these bought from L'Espierre, the best cigars in the whole continent. Would you like to try one? You go ahead. I don't want to smoke. I'd rather not have you smoke here. Sure, no problem. The assassination troubles between the left and right are worrying. The recession is the root cause of these issues. For us, it is worrying to see that you have decided to promote a planned economy. The recession was triggered by market reforms. We need more government control to fix the economy. I don't mind that we disagree on the economy. The reason was market reforms, which he couldn't finish due to heavily obstructed by the establishment. Economic reforms need long-term strategy and mid-term adjustments to provide growth and stability. My father once said, "You have to finish what you started." He was right. The system collapsed because Alfonso didn't finish the reforms he started. And then look what happened to him. He leaned forward in his chair. The highway investment was a good call, but there was more to gain in high-speed rail, especially for business logistics. The region was in need of dire investment. Our goal is to focus the needs of the people. I do understand where you're coming from, but the business will help people get employed. We can be close allies. The group can help you get Sorlin out of the recession, which will be a key problem to solve in your term, and can even determine your re-election. Let's start with a gesture of goodwill. Soon, the investment project contract will be awarded to those three main contenders. My personal bank details will stay positive. If the contract was somehow awarded to Underhall Construction, they would not only work hard and deliver, but also do it on time. What do you think, Mr. Rain? Wouldn't that be good? Underhall. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Tusk, but I could find the 1942 souvenir. I hope it's acceptable. Remind do your visit often. Now, where were we? Do we have a deal? I am not being bribed. No, you trying to bribe the president of Soylent? No, I will make my own decision. Did you think I was just going to I was just another corrupt politician? If this is why you came here, then we are done. My goal was to make a mutually beneficial partnership, but perhaps it was too good. It was too good to spend time together. It was good to spend time together. Oh, I almost forgot. Please say hello to Mr. Caronte for me. Have a good evening, Mr. President. Walter stood up, grabbed his jacket, and made his way to the door. If I be so bold, did you expect his offer? Of course I didn't. I did not speak of it again. You didn't say anything. Why'd you even ask me that? The other girls told me that you have all kinds of dealings that were under in the Alfonso administration. I wasn't sure if you were that kind of president. Most certainly not. Situation report. The Ministry of Defense reports the situation along the border is getting tense. Rumberg's already was sighting training. Kruger reports. Okay. Hales issue warning over Rizian actions. I'm not Rizian, so I don't give a fuck. I don't give a shit. Fuck you. Local police working with nationalists. A group of youngs. Local police working. Yeah, no, we don't like nationalists. Okay. Back to the unrest. The political situation of the country has escalated. Chief Strategist Lucien Galladay has prepared several action plans that can execute. What will you address the intensifying political climate? Call for restraint on national television. Visit the affected townsperson. Label all protesters as traitors. Expand police by department. Okay. No. 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 Visit the affected towns in person. That's what we're doing. Oh my god, look at all these events. Analyzation. Oh shit. Oh, we were here. PC project. Gus manager. Help. Okay, but I had some assignment in the. Besides starting our economic recovery, this project will cut the time it takes to get here and road in half, Mr. President. More importantly, it will lead to an improvement in Aglin. I have lived with these people and seen them suffer. I trust your plan, Simon. I'm glad to hear. We should be able to slow down the recession if we finish this project successfully. I look forward to a positive financial outcome. According to my sources, we will lift many people in these areas out of poverty. What kind of ends do we expect? Short-term employment and long-term economic development in Nargis and Aglin regions. The underdevelopment cities of Lenkirk and Arver will receive a lot more investment after this. I have an overview of the companies here. Luke the Files, Swordish State Corporations, Underhall, and Tarsus Holdings. Swordish Sort Corporations, 1891. A government corporation that is tasked with running public construction contracts in Swordland. Big Four. Honorable company in the country with a long track of accomplished critical projects. Good Recession and Tarsus Holdings, 1946. New and entrepreneurial. Arcasius, Cutting Edge. We're gonna go with this. We're gonna go with the Swordish State Corporation. I reviewed them and I took the liberty of asking the mayor of Arbery his opinions on the matter. Give me this one. Also known as SSC, is the main state corporation for tasked with running the day-to-day construction service of the country. It is one of the most trusted and honorable companies. They have served a long time. I have worked with them on several occasions. To fulfill your initial election promise of using state-dominant land economy to improve Soylent's bleak experience, they have experience and manpower to pull off projects like this. Secondly, they are also the company who work with Aglin Region 3 corporations. Why are people in my house so fucking loud? The outdated construction methods they use concern me. They are several decades. Fucking hell. People have no respect. The outdated construction methods they use concern me. They are several decades behind. The experience that they bring us is beneficial. They lack modern... experience they bring is beneficial. I don't agree with your negative statements, Simon. The SSC's records clearly show completed contracts to more than thousands of employees with most 20 years of experience. I like the SSC. I've settled on the SSC because we're not going to do the ones from Arcasia, and we're not going to choose the corrupt Tusk group. Gonna stick just an economic strategy. Very well, Mr. President. The contract will be awarded to the Swordfish State Corporation. I'm so glad you made this choice. I can tell from experience that we will be very satisfied from the corporation. The company will be notified today, and the construction work will begin immediately after. That's great news. My expectation is that our grand opening ceremony will happen late next year. We better get back to work then. Thank you. This concludes the meeting. The meeting ended. We spent the remainder of the day attending events in Linkerd. It was nice to finish National Beauty of Aglan. Get fish. Okay. Stat decreased government budget. Oh no, it's... Look at it, it's healing though, it's healing. Look at it, it's going up a bit, it's going up a bit. We have more news. Construction begins. President Rain talks to protesters. Visited towns of Greater Holswood and Grenade regions that are affected by the protests and riots. He was seen talking to citizen protesters and listening to the concerned citizens. Citizens powerful mentioned so citizens that the government is walking amongst them. Blah 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 blah. Risky highway project. Los calls for corporate responsibilities in Narvel. Formed managers popularity. Workers' Party solidarity march. Political citizens targeted. Okay, what is going on here? Meeting with Marcel Caronti. Economic relief plan. Okay, economic relief plan. With the assistance of the National Business Council and the Central Bank, Simon Hull put forward a countrywide relief plan to mitigate the economic hardships that are being felt. We can either provide stimulus checks for people in bailout business or I think this is going to be the last big government spending I'm going to do for a bit. We're going to do stimulus checks. Stimulus checks. Stimulus checks. Look at that. We're flatlining out. Stimulus checks. Yes, that's a good... We like this. Unemployment and checks. Help comes at last. Meeting with Caronti. After a few hours of driving along River Escal, we took a turn before entering Conriat.
We are nearing our destination.
History and architecture. I was approached by Peter and Lucian.
I hope the journey was comfortable.
Location is very remote indeed. Very exclusive country club for people who value their privacy. Into the building. After the... Okay, our receptionists. Marcel was standing by the window looking outside the beautiful complex. He turned to have a quick look at us. I forgot what I had his voice. Reach out for a handshake.
It is a pleasure to meet you in person, Mr. Crunchy. I appreciate your efforts to reach out and establish a mutually beneficial friendship.
Thanks for hosting us. I admired your father very much. May he rest in peace.
Welcome. Your kind words have touched me, Mr. Vice President. He indeed was a great man.
Please, stay silent. Time to look forward. Let's talk our bright future. Yes, there's much to discuss. Let's have a seat. The past months have been tumultuous, to say the least. I am glad you and your family were unharmed at the shooting. The whole incident must have been a shock for the kids. They aren't used to seeing what we lived through back in the 20s. I still remember when my father took us out of the country when it became too dangerous for Conrad. They were startled by the important things they're safe and sound. Of course, that is all that matters. No family should suffer through the tragedy ever again. We had enough of that. Well, I am known for a straightforward person, so let me get to the point without wasting your valuable time. It was during the Alfonso campaign when I struck by you when you have done within the party. Better look at the paintings on the wall. You said we will transform this nation, Mr. Rain. My conglomerate has a way of doing things, and I don't want them to change. So I want to cooperate with you. Please explain forward. You might have the people's support now, Mr. President. What happens when you make mistakes? Everybody makes mistakes. What's this supposed to mean? Let's see his point, Vice President. Vice President. Being a president in this country means having enemies. Enemies that would resort to anything to bring you down. Let's say these enemies caused a scandal or leaked sensitive information from the administration. These would be destructive when they were released. If they were released. You're playing a dangerous game. We are all dangerous men playing dangerous games. You aren't just being nice, are you? Let's hear your offer. I want two things, Mr. President. Number one is a guarantee that you and the Rain administration won't meddle in HOS affairs, no matter what happens. Number two is a simple gentleman's favor in the future. Let me prove my services to you, and I'm sure you won't disapprove when the time comes. How do I know I can trust you? My circle advised against this, but I don't even know we are meeting, Mr. President. We both put ourselves at risk here, and I am willing to trust you. The question is, are you willing to accept this offer? What do you think of this, Lucian?
I think it's a good day. I think it is a good deal. He is right. We need the media support. With these newspapers and channels on our side, we can dodge a lot of bullets. Eric, one thing that bothers me in this favor is request. We do not know what it is, and we could not ask for something when he points a finger at us.
So do we have a deal?
Chat. I think we all know what's gonna happen here.
No deal. Boo. 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 No deal. We are not getting sold. I would. He says no to corruption, King. No corruption. No corruption. There will be no corruption in my term. I'm draining the swamp. Mr. Cronty, I have to reject.
Such a shame, Mr. President. Here I thought we were going to be such good friends. It's a shame, really.
Goodbye, Mr. Cronty. Let's leave. I thought they would have ended better. He pushed it too far. The threats were unacceptable. Okay, read the report. SRO Cabinet demands emergency to be called. Leader of the NFP, the National Front. This Nazi-looking guy, has demanded an emergency to address increasing political violence. He said that the Atlantic Mission in Swordland would be destabilized and integration of the country would be further integrity. Have this in there, though. Funeral of Bernard Circasse. I'm going to attend. Because he was a member of parliament, so it's not that big of a deal. Right. Funeral of Bernard Circasse. Expression of past immediate transition. You've arrived. Raindrops running down the car. Sergei opened the door as soon as the flash came in front of me.
Thank you. What did he say?
He silently started following toward the holding umbrella. Peter and Carl, exited from their car. The convoys made their way to me.
Anton, Mr. President, I just want to inform you that the perimeter is clear and secured completely. There is no getting in or out without our knowledge.
You don't want someone happened again, do we? Good work, Carl. Thank you. Carl bows out his respect. Good. If anything happens to Anton, you'll have to answer to the First Lady.
And trust me, Carl, you don't want that.
I don't think any of us want that. Indeed. It started to rain. Several unintelligible voices. Carl's radio.
We have small problems, sir. A few, 5 to be exact, Red Youth members are here to attend the funeral. They apparently said they wish to pay their respects to their fallen comrade.
Should we let them in? Do you think they pose a security threat?
No, they were thoroughly searched. It looks like they really are here to attend the funeral.
Let them in. As you command. Let's head over there. They are about to start. As we walk towards the crowd circled around the grave, everyone in attendance back. Bernard's both foreheads are shattered, rarely red and swollen from weeping. Before taking my condolence, a place the observant, I gave my condolences to Bernard's wife. Sarah, she reminded me of Deanna. The religious ceremony was done. I was invited by the priest to my podium. Today, Ramon, father, husband, and loyal servant of the country. Toward the back, ready youth gathering. Very complete silence. The raindrops. I'll confess that I disagreed with Bernard's Chris almost entirely. Regardless of his ideology, this was a heinous act of violence towards me, a good man. He was just politically neutral, trying to de-escalate. De-escalation. Let's calm down, everyone. Let's calm down. Regardless of ideology, this is a man who's dead. He died. He's a dead man. Must end the cycle of violence now. Sarkast had a dream of unified Suzerain in these next months. I interpret this attack as an against extension. I promise you, this blood of Bernard will not remain sacred ground. We will make sure that the unfortunate events such as this never happen again. Sarkast had a dream of unified Suzerain. In these next months, we need to fulfill his dream and band together. But hatred begets hatred. There is only one way to overcome this cycle against the evil of this world. The terrors of the family he left a price to pay. Let us all mourn the passing of Bernard Sarkast and remember him well. Now let's unify against the hatred of the world. I would now like to recite one of his poems he left us. Our only strength is the will to survive, knowing that we will perish, knowing nothing more absolute. Our only strength is the will to survive, knowing that we will perish, knowing nothing more absolute. We rise toward the sun. Those who died fighting. They are now buried in the sun. No need to mourn. There is a raid to the sun. They did not let us sing our songs. They are afraid of the dawn. They are afraid of hope, but our songs will be sung. I think I like 1 or 3. I like 3 the most. Thank you. Some crying, some clapping. Coffin were lowered. As we bid farewell to Bernard, I want to close the words every sword lives by. Amorgna viscore. What does that mean again? History. Misc history. No, what it means. Ideology. I forget exactly what his... I'm just gonna say step down from the podium. That was a good speech. I sense only respect from his voice. Thank you. I mean it. I know you too. Come on, it's time to go. We've got work to do. He was right, we have much work to do. I realized the rain stopped and I looked up. As someone's right, even the darkest nights will an end. Rise the sun. Hope is still on the horizon. Alright. The only thing we have to deal with. Briefing of the current diplomatic situation. Oh god, this is the one that scares me. This stuff is the stuff that scares me here. The door opened. David Visky. Who the hell are you? Oh, this guy. Hello there. Foreign ambassador, diplomat. Okay, cool. Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade. The morning will come. Oh, I could have said that. I thought that was like... I thought that would have changed to be, very, militant. Like a very vengeful sounding word. The door opened, and David Visky opened, once a lecturer to me. Now the... Oh, this is the guy from the school. May I sit down, Mr. President? Leave the formalities aside, David. Please take a seat. All right, Anton. I'm used to titles. Diplomacy jobs trains oneself. Look at you, Anton. 4th president of Soundland. What a privilege for me. I think it is a militant thing from its history. I see. I still remember the first day you took my class at Dare University of Culture. And remember how we worked on the Agnolia trade agreement together? Countless late nights in the ministry to finalize. It was an experience for sure. We signed our best trade deal yet with a good slew of trade advantages over Agnolia.
It was somewhat unfair from my point of view. Somehow the inexplicable ebb and flow of life has led us here, to positions where we can change the course of history. This is our opportunity to shape the future, and we will do precisely that. I'm looking forward to our new foreign policy. I'm looking forward to the present present you the latest bill I am working on. The TCPA has turned out to be an initiative and can significantly boost our tourism and culture industry. This untapped value would help us internationally to promote our position. I am convinced it can help improve our economic condition after discussions with the Minister Hole and Manager. And the GNA and USP factions are supportive too. I really shouldn't have done overtime to get it done, but I really care for our positions and value our culture. He started coughing this time a little longer. Would you like some tea or water? Oh yes, please. Tea and water sounds nice. Thank you very much. He smiled. I like this man. This man's very kind. I like him. David Fiske. Olivia brought two things. It seems that you remember how much I like tea. Nowadays, it really does wonders for my throat. How is your health, David? Oh, I haven't had much of complications except the usual. After the heart attack earlier this year. Health compensations aren't much of a hindrance to my work, of course, but thanks for asking. How's the Rain family? We're slowly starting to get used to routine. Monica is really taking to be the first lady. We're slow. Do you like him? Because I didn't want to mention it, but I was thinking it. But no, he really is like a kind old professorly man. He's very much the type of man that I like a lot. Like a professor. I'm gonna raise my mic gain. I think raise the mic gain. There we go. I think that's good. I've been talking quietly. He's very much the type of man that that's a little too loud. He's very much the type of guy that I respect a lot. Like an old academic kind man. You know, I like that a lot. I like that a lot. He's very nice. As time passes, I realize that more. Family is the most important thing in life. We must take care of them. The door cracked. The door opened. Yusuf and Lucian joined us for the briefing. The tall case as the clock set its hour mark. Peter Ever was missing. I wonder if he was late from all the drinking he did at the party in Levisham. We'll talk more later, President Rain. Welcome, everyone. How was the travel? Let's begin. Let's begin. Very well. I will start by providing a brief overview of our current status with our neighbors. What would you like to start with? I would like to hear about Agnolia. Our brotherly nation to our northeast, Agnolia. They are still diplomatically non-aligned and probably has the most democratic systems between our neighbors. Economic stagnation is a way for them. The primary issue is the heavy reliance on foreign investment from us. Agnolia is our most friendly neighbor. We have been allies for the longest time after the Rumberg annexed Dome. There's Dome right there. This fact needs to be part of the equation. Unsurprisingly, the Agnolian Prime Minister, Martin Van Horten, is expecting better cooperation through a new, fairer trade deal with us. It is one of his election mandates. A more comprehensive trade agreement is beneficial to all sides. Both sides could gain from it, but Agnolia has more to win than us. They want to protect their weaker industries, which are profiting from selling our goods to. Additionally, the largest numbers indicate that currently 1 million Agno-Sorter citizens live in the Agnon region of Sortland, which creates a link between foreign policy and our internal affairs. These people have suffered socio-economically and have led to crime and problems.
In addition, relaxed immigration policy has led to the Agnolia's main requests, which is unacceptable. Most of our migrants in our country haven't even assimilated into Sort's culture. Adding more won't even help.
I'm supportive of relaxed immigration.
I would rethink a matter of this seriously because it has a great influence on our society and values.
You should remember that we did promise to keep our immigration relaxed in the election campaign. Alright, Vargsland. Our cousins of old across the Markian Sea have wished good relations to us. As we all know, Vargsland is a social republic aligned under the DUC. They are an important regional player. It is an important, significant sea power in almost all of Mercopa. It is the only country that rival the superpowers with their navy. They have hostile relations with them after several years' wars in the 19th century, which we wouldn't want to experience again. Recently, the relationship has warmed up thanks to Emmerich Hegel. As a result, diplomatic talks can be conducted in the future. Breaking the ice to Volkswagen could be good if we are to rise diplomatically. We shouldn't take any sides. Yes. I agree. They could be potential allies in my opinion. The situation in the region necessitates that we may find allies.
They have been good standing with us in the past 200 years. Recently, have joined the Communist Content Security Pact. Contanin Security Pact, subjugating themselves to the United Contanin. On top of that, territorial issues have been flaring up between Agnolia and Vaxland because of the Elysian Land Island. Sorta's Navy is very concerned with this volatile situation.
And disgusting bot has been banned. Disgusting bot has been banned. David, are you not a mod? There you are. Oh, wait. Mod. There you are. I'm a mod now. Yeah, I forgot I hadn't done that. There you go. You're a mod now. You should have been a mod already. You're my owner. How could you not be a mod? There's 142 achievements for this game. Or 150 achievements, I see. Okay, never mind. There's 150 achievements in this fucking game. Holy shit. Holy shit. Fortunately, billions of Suzerain with the cargo is transported close to the Doggy mountain borders. They say this causes significant risk to imports and exports in case of deterioration in relations. Strait is high strategic value to us. Joseph, the Navy is keeping the eye on the situation from a distance, right?
We're actively monitoring the sea routes and cargo ships. For now, there is no immediate threat, but we do not know what happened in the future.
Let's move on. Oh shit, I forgot about it. Fuck, I'm stupid. I accidentally misclicked. The two more important neighboring countries remain Lesbia and Rumburg. Which should you hear about first? Lesbia. Our southern neighbor is aligning itself more and more with Acacia. Lesbia is currently led by Prime Minister Patricio Alvarez. They did a DLC that was in its entire campaign's now IP. Okay. Yeah, that's Rizia. I saw that. Rizia has its own thing. They're the jewel of the continent, the second largest economy in Maricopa. Though wealthy, Lesbia suffers from excessive economic inequality. Our past relations have been great, but during the last decade, their investment to Swordland dwindled due to our instability. Allying with the richest nation, Lesbia is a sleeping giant. We should not awake them. They could turn a blind eye to the region, thinking Lesbia is above all. He keeps turning a blind eye to the region. Lesbian mentality influenced by a certain aura of heroism and specialism. Their moral compass is different from ours. I am certain that recession has a lot to do with their interaction in investments. Once they see money isn't in the picture, they vanish quickly because of the capitalists. And as you accidentally skipped Welland, and I'll tell you that the not Nazi party is rising in there, and they're very anti-blood and want to tighten border security so that less victims can flee to Swordland. Okay, so Valen is just Nazi Germany, I assume. Those symbols look very... Republic of Valen. Valen.
They have shown to be selfish attitudes during the Wayland Civil War by closing the borders and funneling refugees to cross into Swordland.
Our values are too different. It's hard. Okay. Yeah. I completely agree. Lesbia has far too long benefited from us too. Benefited from us through our old tariffs. They are after exploitation. There are hundreds of very privileged oligarchs who invest inside and outside Lesbia. Some made significant business investments in the cities of Benfin and Valgen. What is the situation of Rumburg?
Rumburg. Oh boy.
Now to the most troublesome nation, Rumburg, a constitutional monarchy led by Queen Beatrice Livingston.
I highly advise caution and calculated action against Rumburg. Our military must be prepared. The threat is real.
They are strong and they are motivated as well as the means to damage us. We shouldn't give them any reasons to pursue aggression. Burgazanors will be a rogue-like state. Nothing can be done to them. We'll take your advice into consideration. These types of nations always try to make up a casus belli, a reason to declare war.
While Thornborough openly denies such claims, their past and current actions make it clear that they want to destabilize us. The weapons cache found by the intelligence agency clearly shows their goals are our military must be steadfast and our diplomacy valiant.
The Rumberg threats are top priorities. You can be assured of that. We are always in dialogue with our Rumberg ambassador to make sure the channel is open to solve disputes. This game is part of the reason why I thought bureaucracy and political management negotiation could be interesting in grand strategy games. Oh, absolutely. This has been more interesting than like half of Paradox like gameplay. The thing with Paradox gameplay is like it needs to go fast. This game is nice because it's slow, but Paradox games and grand strategy games, they need to go fast because they got a lot of time to cover, and there's other political things that need to go on. So there's other things that need to happen at the same time, military, economy, blah, 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 blah. There's more micromanaging going on. But yeah, if there was more negotiation systems in grand strategy games, I think that would be awesome. This is why I want a Cold War grand strategy like Paradox game. I think a Cold War game would be amazing for this. The abrupt announcement about the closure of Rumble Council and Lavishin is another step in the escalation. Covers the overview of the current situation. We'll move on to the trade choice and the response to Bromberg's diplomatic escalation. The sun began to set over the hills of Lechevin. Peter arrived late. He looked like rougher than usual and must have been drinking from last night. Hey there, folks. Excuse my delay. I'm sure I didn't miss anything. I didn't know.
You were supposed to be a part of this meeting an hour ago.
Punctuality is important. We are talking about serious subjects here. They have a point, Peter. We should have discipline in the cabinet. Excuse me, it won't happen again. Lucian and Yusuf looked at Peter before David moved from the subject.
Vice President will be part of the trade delegation, so it'll be great to have his input on the subject as well as the Rumberg incident.
Rumberg Consul Sir Bran Harrington announced the closure of the 120-year-old consulate. Now their diplomatic staff is leaving the city to go to Thornborough. He blamed the lack of security in Solon due to the assassination and subsequent protests, but it's obvious they are making excuses.
Bastards, first they close the consulate and then they blame our security.
The security situation is under control. They are playing with us. Isn't it telling that other countries are working with... Isn't it telling that other countries are working with us while Rumberg is cutting more ties with us? The neglect of President Alfonso and the chaos of the elections delayed our diplomatic efforts. Now there are only 2 Rumberg diplomats' missions left in Swordland. One is Consul in Dare, and the other is the embassy in Holsword. We are accustomed to the usual rhetoric, but this is far too serious. I must display strength to my people. They are playing with fire. Look at what happened to Valen destabilizing has done to the region. Swordland breaking apart would tear Marcopa apart. Announcement: Riley is gay.
Announcement, Riley is gay. Announcement.
In my career, I have never seen our Rumberg relations suffer this much. The previous low point was the annexation of Dome. It's 1920s.
There are worrying developments like smuggled arms in the border and build up near the border. Our military must be buffed against the great power like Rumberg.
We either respond to this aggressive act with a diplomatic condemnation, or we retaliate by closing our consulate in Dome. I want to say that the escalation would be risky in this early of a presidency. Focus on creating a negative image of Rumberg in the international scene.
If Soul must be protected and matter. Okay.
Read an official diplomatic response condemning the action, declare that Rumberg aims to destabilize. Yes, we're going to make a public global announcement. We're not going to escalate. We're going to be like, hey, everyone look what they're trying to do. Guys, look at Rumberg. Rumberg's being a bitch. Rumberg's being a bitch. As you wish, Mr. President. I shall begin work with the immediately informing the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Commission. Rumberg call out post. Yeah, go on Twitter.com, make a public call out post against Rumberg. Swaying the international stage is key to long-term strategy.
I wish we have reacted more strongly. If we don't confront them, we'll keep escalating the situation. On the hands class, we are taking the more cautious road.
There are 3 trade topics to address today. What should we tackle first? Ongoing trade negotiations with the neighbors, Valen and Angolia.
Let's talk about Valen and Agnolia. Our primary goal will be successfully sign at least one trade agreement with one of our smaller neighbors. We have two options with our trade initiative: starting new negotiations with our old partner Agnolia to the northeast, or forming new. Yeah, we're gonna go with Agnolia. Hold on, let me open up the codex again. Locations, countries. I just want to see more of Valen. Valen is officially the Republic of Valen, is a presidential republic in Eastern Makopa. The nation is currently governed by the Vezek Nationalist Party of Nearest Socialism under the leadership of President Viktor Smolak. Oh, wait a minute. Nearest Socialism. This is a Nazi party. This is absolutely a Nazi party. Yeah, the nationalism and socialism. Yeah, this is a Nazi party. We're not going to side with them. National Party of Nearest Socialism. Christians. National Socialism kind of shit there. We're going to side with Agnolia. First off, the economic reason behind the option. Not everyone you disagree with is a Nazi. Oh, yeah. I'm worse. First of all, the reason behind the option is more diplomatic than economic. Although, of course, we can't forgo added economic value. Agnolia is an old ally and a valuable trade partner. The point of our war with an early negotiable is around the steel trade. They are demanding that we buy their steel for a higher price. That is because they think that the deal is far too imbalanced as is. Their second main demand is a privileged access to our agricultural market. If we were to fulfill their demand, in return, they are offering a full alliance with Switzerland against Rumberg.
Looking at the current advantages of Rumberg, provided our borders, we have a coalition against Rumberg would be extremely useful.
Obviously, there are consequences for entering a full alliance. Mainly, their issue is around Elysiland. Vargsland has clear intentions on taking over the island one way or another and entering a military alliance with Agnolia. Make them furious. I want to state my support.
I want to state my support for the decision to seek our old ally. Even though I disagree with their demand of relaxed immigration, we have cooperated with them on many issues in the past.
Agnolia is a solid partner. David and the president worked in previous comprehensive 30s. There are obvious subjects that would still need tackled, like our economies, but the traded goods would be lack of immigration. My opinion is that we have a good deal. We should go for it. The new Agnolian Prime Minister is trying to improve the existing relationship. The downside is that we have to make concessions a reality of any trade. I would be open to creating a new agreement that would satisfy all sides. Oh, the decisions. Okay, so Volgsland is a stronger ally than Agnolia in terms of actually being able to deter what the fuck goddamn name is? Did I forget their fucking names? How do I do this? How did I forget their names? God. There's a cut in my mouth and it really hurts to talk. Rumberg. I'm stupid. So, Agnolia, I would be open to creating a new agreement that would satisfy all sides. Yeah, so like you kick your butt better. It's all the way back here. All the way back here. It's from how much talking I've been doing. I think I have to rest my voice. Maybe I won't do the Pokemon stream tomorrow because I really do have to like rest my voice. Gotta be a deep kiss then. Yeah, I think tomorrow I'm not going to do the Pokemon stream so I can rest my voice, and then I'll do the Pokemon stream Wednesday instead. That's what I'll do. That's what I'll do. If you decide that Agnolia is a good option, another point is that we have a very they have a very democratic system. After the recent elections, the PM has a mandate to arrange a fair deal with us. Is also an advocate of Rex immigration. Since we will keep the immigration relaxed, it will help us. Starting the highway construction in Aglan pays part 2. Regardless, if we are going to increase our regional influence to our previous level, we might need to make amends with our neighbors. Ultimately, the decision is up to you. Now let's see Valen. Dealing with a fractured country like Velen has its positives and negatives. Although it will be lucrative in the short term, there are risks associated with dealing with such a country. They're proposing co-investment projects with a no tariff agreement. They are also offering oil in return for extracting foreign capital interests in Swordland. However, it's possible with international ramifications of getting closer to a country like Velen. All in all, it's a very lucrative deal for us. However, we need to think about the consequences.
I certainly don't support the decision to become friendly with Valen. We carried their burdens for decades. The migrant flooding the country is now expecting to deal with us.
Maintaining. Oh, hello there, Alpha. How's it going? You having a good day? Because we're having a nice night here. Nice, relaxing night playing Suzerain. Diplomacy and bureaucracy are abound. Bureaucracy? Not really bureaucracy. Just diplomacy and. I guess it's bureaucracy, whatever you want to say. Governmenting. We're politicking. Maintaining influence with Valen could provide... I just woke up, lol. Oh. What a way to wake up to this fucking word salad of a game. Could prove useful. Yes, it is risky, but I think our influence on our undeveloped regions like that. We could also sell more products and enter the market easily. I'm of the opinion it is simply too risky. Yes, we would gain resources and immediate capital, but I'm afraid of the consequences.
I can't believe they put politics in the video game.
It's gonna be a quiet howl because it's a quiet night. It's a quiet night. Sorry, it's a quiet night. It's a quiet night because people in my house are being really annoying to me tonight. Sorry. What can I say? Sorry. It's too risky. I tend to agree.
If we were to go forward with the deal, when time comes, there's a topic of immigration to consider.
Viktor Smolak is a well-known isolationist. Our promise to keep our immigration policy relaxed will not help at all. He blames us for bringing Western interests to the region. He also doesn't want the political opponents to flee here.
I personally don't like the idea of getting too close to Velen.
Me too.
Agreed.
I still think we should give it a try.
Our campaign promise to steer Swordland towards the east and United Quintana will have to affect on negotiations, especially with Velen. As you know, current affairs of Velen are particularly a result of United Quintana's support of Viktor Smolak. Our promise will come in handy. As for Agnolia, this promise had made them cautious, which might make it harder to get a good deal. We also have to consider the effect of the economic doctrine plan. The fact that they are headed toward a planned economy will have an influence. Will have an influence. Good negotiators optimize the interests, which makes the differences become trivial, allowing both sides to reach a good deal. Very true, Mr. Vector. We have a lot to prepare for the scheduled visits to Velen and Agnolia. I believe this brief overview of our political options. Our trade delegations will work hard toward the end of the year. We expect final negotiations with the signings of the trade agreements to happen next year. I'm very much looking forward to visiting Starport and Raklovitz with the party animals like Dave and Simon. Peter laughed. Yosef eyes narrowed and stared at him.
I'd like to know more about Rhesia.
Alright, now down to the south. The nation south of Lesbia has a centralized constitutional monarchy led by King Ramus Toras, the grandson of Queen Liza Toras the Great and the son of King Valero Toras the Frail.
The kingdom is a developed nation wielded considerable influence in the southern Macoba before the reign of Valero. This country has lost in territory due to internal strife.
The Alfonso government signed a vital trade agreement with the King Ramus Toras, benefiting both nations at a time of need, attempting at a further
cooperation stalled out due to the king's blood ties to Rumburg. What exactly are the blood ties between Riza and Lumberg? In the 1930s, King Ramus married Princess Lena Livingston, the youngest daughter of King Alfred Livingston, the second sister of Queen Beatrice Livingston. It was a political marriage that benefited Riza, helping save it from downfall. The two nations are close, to say the least. The Torres and Livingston families should be considered allies for the time being. However, from a practical standpoint, they are too far from each other to provide any military support. Both countries are also part of the worldwide network of monarchies known as Grace. The framework is mostly financially and politically motivated due to the pressures of millennialism and democracy. All of these kings and queens disagree more than agree, but they're forced to tolerate each other's differences. Imagine if Kranti and the SBC cast the world's remaining monarchs in a soap opera. Stay on point. Sure. We should be more concerned with this. Peter interjected and reached out in his pockets. Actually, a friend of Gus called Rusty gave me this beautiful piece of Rizian gold coin. They said it helps you find love. Look. Peter pulled out an ornamental coin and laid on the table. It was polished. So it was so polished that it caught reflections off the light of the room. Lucian was clearly frustrated. Examine the coin. At the center of the emblem was the Rizia, a fierce bull standing on 2 feet with its horns pointed upwards. In the background was a shield intricately ornamented with a wooden crown at the bottom. What is RRG? Parisian Royal Gold, a company that mines the process the high-quality ore using the country's gold. Let's discuss the deal potential was made on the table. From what we've gathered, there is no clear offer yet. The interests clearly seem to be more in control over the gas produced in Sortland. Sortland, I suspect, must be related to the tensions on the coast of Pales. Mr. Manager has worked out the details to get more concrete headline in terms of particular interest to the gas fields of Narbel and the largest region. That must be related to the gas operations. Gas's ties to the people around the corporation, even though there's another CEO, Abel Alfonso is still chairman. Gasom is a private corporation, effectively limits our control over foreign investment. Our King Source Energy Protection Act of 1933 specifically limits the purchases of Swedish energy companies by foreign nations of 10%. Evald Coswaldo adjusted his law in 1948 to increase it to 20%. Anything above would require us to change the Energy Protection Act. Evald holds all of Gasom's cards in his hands. The thing we handed. Okay, I don't really understand what's going on here. Okay, so we have... They want to buy gas from us. But we can't sell too much gas because of the regulations. So... Yeah, so many people in the party approached me and praised our course of action. They thought the USP fractured, they didn't have time for decision. We can't sell too many shares of the gas company, which Chairman Alfonso. Yeah, that's kind of the situation I was thinking. I don't like this course of action. Yes, I remember, yes. I don't want to go closer to Rizia, though. I mean, I guess, if it's either Rizia or northern country, Agnacia, I don't remember.
I would be very surprised if I would be very Mr.
Diplomacy is the way, 99% of the time. From our diplomatic channels, we can tell that Lesbia is still very interested in Swedish petrol, whereas Rumburg wants more natural gas resources.
As a sovereign nation, we must protect our resources. Our energy independence is part of our national security concern here. Gasom handles all of our gas production. Most of our gas production.
Keeping control of critical resources in sync with the planned economy strategy. We should protect our energy's independence, but we don't know the offer specifies yet. As long as we can improve our economy and resource extraction, we shouldn't care too much. Yeah, let's do this one. I agree, but Gazprom is a private corporation. Even though it supplies the government, we have very little control over it.
If Regio wants to buy more than 20% of shares allowed by the protectionism law, then the government can step in to make changes to the EBA.
Precisely. But we don't know if this would be the case. There's a scenario in which there might be investment with EPA limitations. We just have to hear more about the options. I think the idea we want Rezia to be invested in Sorland, continued success, functioning. I think the idea is we want Rezia to be invested in Sorland's continued success / functioning because Rezia and Rumberg have their... Okay. I understand. This Gazprom stuff is like twisting my head around in circles, though. I have information that the CEO replaced Alfonso as a loyalist. Alfonso is still in the chair of Gazprom and the defective figures additionally. This part's just boring. I don't give a fuck about this gas. I don't give a fuck about it. The power structure behind the scenes don't matter much. We are at a stronger position to negotiate away. Lucian's information gives us text. Any further comments, esteemed cabinet members? I think this summarizes all we need to understand. What are your thoughts? You know what you said because it was an ad break. Because I'm saying I don't give a shit about the Gazprom stuff. I don't give a shit about the gas. I don't fucking care. Can we not spend so much details on the gas? It's making my head spin. It's making my head spin. I don't understand what's going on with private shares selling blah 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 blah. Sometimes with all these fictional names, they get thrown at me so much that I'm just like I look favorable investments towards a potential investment. I look favorably towards potential investments from Rezia into Sorland. Okay, there is strong potential for further cooperation, and Rezia previously aided Sorland when it needed foreign help the most. I will assist in the analyzing political inclinations, Mr. Visky. Especially when it's 11:30 at night. Yeah, after this conversation, I'm going to get more water. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the support. Our support staff and I will be considering towards the manager. Our ambassador in Porte Drazon is in communication with Lorento Escabel, the Rizian Counselor of Foreign Affairs already. Well, that concludes our meeting, Mr. Rain. Thank you all for coming. Have a good day. Thank you all for coming. I would take my leave then, sir. Leave the room. Oh my god, Jesus Christ. Diplomatic mission to Valen. Diplomatic mission there. But we have many things to take care of. We have many things. I do think it's best to stop, take a look at things when confusing instead of ignoring and pushing on. This is true. I'm gonna go get water. I think being dehydrated, a bit of dehydration, not complete dehydration. Just haven't drinking any water in like an hour, and I think I need to get a lot of stuff intertwining and building off each other, which has both good and bad. Yeah, sometimes I just get overwhelmed and so many like of these fictional names just get thrown at me over and over and over again. I'm just like, which one's which, and I'm trying to be like, it's a lot easier when it's real names. Anyway. Okay. We have a lot of things to go over now. Okay. Let's go back to... let's just look at all of them first. Diplomatic missions, some reports to read. A bill passed, briefing. Okay. Let's read the reports. CPS and LUS. Alright, Communist Party of Sorland and the Labor Union of Sorland have begun to protest over the against Gazprom. Protest aimed at voicing concerns over Gazprom's activities as strong attention. CPS
Okay, Grand National Assembly, Greenville, and Holswood. If you are getting overwhelmed and burned out of doing so much, I want you to take a break and do something else for the rest of the day. I'm gonna go I'm gonna go for another half an hour or so ish for today. That'll bring us to 4 hours. How long did it take you to beat this game? I'm curious because I'm kind of trying to plan my schedule around how many streams it'll take me to beat this game. Because I don't want to like get close to beating the game and then end stream and then like next stream I beat it in like 10 minutes. I don't want that. Right, like how long is this game? I'm not sure how long it took me. I could check your stream hours. I can just check. Oh, you had 9 hours in the game. Did you beat the game? Did you beat it? You pirated the game originally. Ah, I see. So I'm gonna assume it's like an 11 hour to 12 hour, 13 hour, around somewhere around that time. I'm gonna assume it's that. Maybe 9 hours at the minimum. So at least 2 or 3 streams of this, depending on how long I go on a second stream. We'll see how I'm feeling in half an hour, and if so, maybe we'll go for another half an hour more after that. We'll see how we're feeling. Maybe I'll end it after only half an hour because I do need to rest my voice tomorrow because I've been talking so much and the braces have been, there are 10 turns. When is a turn measured? How is a turn measured? How do I check that? Like, what turn am I on? I've never actually realized. I've never looked. But how do I know what turn I'm on? Oh, we're only on turn 2? When do turns end? How do I know when a turn ends? I think there's a transition thing. Oh, I see. So turn 1 ended when it was like a few days later, I assume. All this stuff has happened. I rejected the bribe. The funeral. Breezy on the energy deal. I see. Or let's read the report. CPS, okay. Young sword member claims linked to the government. Okay. Repeal proposal for the Energy Bill Act. The Grand National Assembly of Swordland gathered yesterday for specific reason with a proposal from Franz Richter. That's the head of the Progressive Party, right? This party. The People's Freedom Justice Party, supported by the independent, this guy. Forth to repeal this act. This act, as it currently stands, restricts foreign ownership of security. The proposal to repeal or modify this has been a topic of debate in assembly. Okay, so we want this passed. We want that passed. CSP unveils comprehensive Iotake plan for Rika's infrastructure. Okay, that's a lot of words I don't need to know about. Okay. So we have a ECPA bill. It's been passed. Let's check this out. The Tourism and Cultural Preservation Act. The Swordland Tourism and Cultural Preservation Act aims to amplify the cultural lore and tourism of Borean, Ribery, Labashen, Anfrika, and Benfi. Benfi here. Enrica is there. Labashen I know. Ribery is up there. And Borean is there. So it's a lot of this East Coast stuff. Section 1 focuses on cultural elevation and of these cities in identifying local drink, music, and dance, and architecture, historical sites as unique selling propositions. This cultivation as cultural tourism's proposition is a catalyst for economic invigoration. Okay, that sounds good. Section 2 underscores restoration and preservation of key landmarks in Labashen and Rika, and currently it proposes a comprehensive renovation of tourist infrastructure, enrich visitor experience, and generate steady income. Section 2, subsection 1, further commits to the safeguarding and development of caves of Antera and vineyards in Borean, recognizing the potentials of government. I think I like the sound of this. This adds cultural tourism, or we'll use a. We'll do a sign. I'll sign that. I'll sign that. We do need to take care of this budget, though. We do have a lot of budget things going on, but we are helping things. We are helping things. Things are getting better. Things are getting better. Tourism culture, cool. Look at all these damn Look at all these damn things. Okay, then we have briefing here, and then we have the trade diplomatic mission. Okay. I see. I see. This is his team. Okay, yes, yes. And then we have the briefing. Let's go through the briefing now. This is about the new constitution, I see. So there's a significant expectation of my government. We will be changing Seoul's constitution of 29. Most people nowadays blame the constitution for the outstanding country's problems of the country. On the other hand, the reformers in the assembly have been getting louder about the demands, and I know for sure the chaos will be something to swallow me. Meanwhile, Lucian, Peter, and Nia have leading the committee to prepare the initial draft of the constitutional amendments. I was intrigued. It was Lucian. Good afternoon, sir. Lucian arrived exactly on the hour again. His punctuality could almost be described as obsessive. Good afternoon, Lucian. He took a seat at the spot of the table, took about a bunch of documents, spreading them all on the table. We should begin at the meeting as soon as Mrs. Mogner and Mr. Vice President arrives. We have finally some results of the reform committee. How does it look? The situation is quite complicated, but I'm sure we will make it work. We will make it work, just like we accomplished many things before. We'll go over the details regarding the new constitution in the meeting. A few minutes later, Peter and Nia also arrived. After a short chat, everybody sat down and took out their notes, and I knew it was going to be a long meeting. There's a lot to talk about this process. Let's get to the beginning and tackle the points of contention. Mr. President, our committee meetings were really fruitful, and we are already starting working on the constitutional draft reforms with the reformists. Let's get it with the reformists. What is this? A little message that was sent for me. A little message was in the bottom corner that was sent for me. Spooky. Ooh, spooky. Twitch whispers. Ooh. They amended a little too much, but we've successfully forensicked to create a realistic draft that could potentially go to the Supreme Court. A little. They demanded to rewrite the whole Constitution. Mr. Richter's deputy was even suggested removing the term sword from the Constitution completely. I also didn't like the theatrics, but the requests were definitely not outrageous. They were just not realistic in today's political circumstances. Nonetheless, Mr. Vice President, thanks for your convincing arguments. We seem to have reached a common ground already. If we reach a full agreement with the reformers, we will be very strong in the Assembly to propose the change. Can we reach a 2/3 majority in this Assembly? If you can get Funzictor to work with you on this, our only problem would be uniting our own party. We'll never be able to get NFP to work on this. We need to get the majority of 130 seats, of our 130 seats in the majority. With the PFJP's full support of 70 votes, we will easily surpass the needed 160 seats. But it will be tough to unite USB with the divisive wings they formed. You must make them follow you loyally. We did it before the elections, we could do it again. Alban Clavin and his reformist wing will be supporting you. You already weighed in heavily in the committee meetings. However, the conservatives will be tough break. the influence of Sol is still living strong in the party. We'll eventually remove his influence. How do you think they can be persuaded? I mean, it's possible, but regardless of my opinion, we need to persuade them and to get the support of us passing an amendment to the Constitution. And there's only one person to make them back us. Gloria Toy. She is respected by the Solists. She will be the biggest obstacle in assembly, and her demands to be extensive. I will also have reason to think that she might be in Orso's pocket. She'll be tough to break, but she'll will need her help to get the support, conservative support. Is it possible to pass the Supreme Court? They are the biggest obstacle. If we can pass the Assembly, the Chief Justice will do his best to block our amendment. Oh, sorry, I was reading the wrong voice. Stupid me. We need at least 6 of the 11 judges to vote the proposal, but Mr. Hawker has an enormous influence over the judges. This guy. We should reach out to the judges in secret. Some of them might be willing to break rank to support us. All means are considered in order to succeed. Nia was taken aback by that statement. According to Constitution, I'm a member of the Supreme Court, which means we already have 1 vote. 2 of the judges are friends of mine, and similar opinion about the reforms. Consider them with me. So, we have 3 guaranteed, who will also be willing to support the reforms. I think Judge Edmonds can be persuaded, in extension Mr. Dodson and Mr. Martin. They weren't really blinded by Solist ideology. Yes, those 3 don't seem to be working directly with Chief Justice Hawker. If we can get Isabella Edmonds, we might get the 6 needed votes needed. That'd be our best. What are the demands? We should run down each of the demands of the committee and get your input first. Mrs. Mogna explain further. We start with the first red line. The new constitution will fix the loopholes regarding the presidential's veto power. Even though Mr. Richter put on the whole show about why the vetoes should completely be removed, the committee has almost unanimously agreed on fixing the loopholes, thus limiting the presidential vetoes. My suggestion is to add a clause detailing the methods the assembly may override the veto with some sort of supermajority. The one person should never be able to block the rest. Yeah, I stand in agreement. Get rid of the loophole. Whatever you decide, it's important to get a balanced picture. Will we be making history by changing the 29 Constitution if still? Your second is about the judiciary. The new constitution will remove the Supreme Court's right to vote on legislation. This is yet another point that we unanimously agreed upon by all parties. Tarkin Sol established this rule to protect the 29 Constitution. We all know most of his judges are still his pawns. Constitutional amendments will still be very difficult to accomplish with a form like this, particularly because we will need to keep the 2/3 majority system to be able to propose a change. However, the judiciary will not have the final say on the amendments. Constitutions will be very difficult to pass with a reform like this, particularly because of the difference. This is already what we wanted to do. Yes, this will be ensure that there will not be another politically motivated Supreme Court. Apart from these 2 critical points, they have another amendments. They want to reform the appointment procedures of the ministers. Mr. Richter clarified that the Assembly should have a say in the formation of council ministers. This is something that a majority in our party also supports. Mr. Richter also talked about abolishing member of honor rights, such as Tarkin Sol gave us absolute immunity in members of Assembly. The Mr. Richter also talked about abolishing the member of honor rights of Tarkin Sol. It gave Tarkin Sol absolute immunity and makes him a permanent member of the Assembly. Well, that one is a bit controversial. I doubt the USP likes that one. Immunity of the justices, the impeachment of the president, and the limiting of presidential power of the president's decrees. All of this come up during the committee meetings. Yes, reformists expect big reforms for our faction in the USP are not very keen on pushing
changes that are too great. I'd say keeping everything in the middle ground is the safest bet. No need to agitate everyone else. Well, the reform that's being made here is to limit, like, immunity. And that's a good thing, because as it stands, the president and the legislature has, like, complete immunity, and I think that's bad. But pushing that could jeopardize the rest of this from going through. I think it's best to just keep them small and manageable, because then this builds it up. Because, like, basically, if we try to build this all on at once, then we're putting too much into this one reform. The reforms we're trying to get through leads to more reform in the future. But if we fuck it up now, then there's no reform at all. As long as we adjust the main issues, I also agree. Incremental reform, puppy. Well, I mean, if we're working in the system, I'm literally the president of this country. If we're working in the system, then we're going to have to be incremental reform, puppy. But the thing is, this one reform that we're going to push through, this reform, the ability to get these amendments passed through without the judicial court bearing in this, if that gets passed, then, like, boom, you get to pass lightning fast. If you have the support of the legislatures, boom, 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 boom. If we're already gonna have the support to get through this stuff already, it's gonna be a hurdle to get through it the first time around. But eventually, the ability's there. The ability's there. It's a lot easier to get those reforms through if you get this first one through. This first one's the big one. We can't make it too heavy. Not incremental reform. Okay. I'm trying to be quiet. I'm sorry. I'm trying to be quiet. You make me so loud. Now that we have a better picture of your intentions, sir, I will start reaching out to my contacts to make a draft for us. I will present to you your input to the committee. In a few months, you would have the draft on your desk to make the final changes yourself. I think there was another fruitful meeting, sir. Your service is appreciated. Thank you for the kind words, sir. You can count on us, and on. Yes, Mr. President. I think this is where we'll call it, sir. Have a good day. Is your funny noise? Now laugh at me. Incident at President Sol's mansion on Duru Island. A private boat nearing Tarkin Sol's mansion on Duru Island prompted the Coast Guard to fire warning shots. Despite the initial alarm, President Tarkin Sol allowed the boat to approach a brief meeting. The occurrence has raised questions about the security protocols in the obscure mansion. Details in the conversation remain undisclosed. Nature preservation protest. Coal industry. H3 plans started by SSC. Okay. Cool. We got some news going on. Funny puppy. Meeting with Chief Justice Orso Hawker. Ooh, here we go. Some political machinations. The department sent several documents requiring my signature. After a dozen days, I closed my eyes for a moment. Another long day. Even though I really wish to leave the palace for the day, they shouldn't have told me that the Chief Justice wanted to speak to me. I waited for him to take a moment to relax. Thousands of shimmering lights and the whole sword skyline were mesmerizing. Suddenly, I hear a knock at the door. It was Lucian. Good evening, sir. Good evening. Sorry that I couldn't explain the situation to you in detail. Chief Justice insisted on seeing you this evening. I do not know what he has to say, but it will probably be about the new constitution. He will be arriving shortly with Judge Mr. Garachi at the meeting. We shouldn't take them lightly. Okay, these two.
Okay. Speaker of the Assembly, Gloria Tori. Okay. I think he's here to test the waters. They're here to threaten us with other forms. We might be able to cooperate them. I'll continue with the new constitution. Of course, let us stand our ground and not let them antagonize us, sir. We should. There were 3 knocks to the door. Lucian checked his watch, looked rather worried. There they are. Livia opened the doors. Chief Justice Orson Walker and Judge Harun Garachi opened the door.
Good evening, Mr. President. It's good to see you.
Evening.
Welcome, Chief Justice. Good to see you, gentlemen. Good to see you indeed. Orson gestured to the sofa in the office.
May I?
Nod. Yes. We all took our seats on the two opposite sofas and made ourselves comfortable.
How are you doing? How are you doing in the first couple months, Mr. President? I hope you're faring well.
That's not the good voice.
I hope you're faring well. I hope you're faring well.
Thank you. It's very busy, but I'm doing good. I'm doing well. No need to worry, Mr. Gratchy.
That's good to hear, Mr. President. We also think you're doing a good job so far, considering all that's happening around us with shootings at the palace and soldiers on our border. It is a troubling time.
We appreciate your concerns.
So, you'll probably know why we're here.
Please enlighten us, Mr. Hawker.
We already know you're working on a new constitution. The Supreme Court does not approve of this.
With all due respect, the Constitution needs to be updated, sir. I am sure you're aware of the public demand in our circumstances.
Is that so? I see you're not the only one who is unaware of our actual circumstances. You want to make a weaker constitution in the midst of problems both inside and outside. Even if it proposes or passes the assembly, I will make sure it will not pass the same court. That much is clear.
You haven't seen the proposal yet, Mr. Hawker. Isn't it too soon to be against it? So you came to threaten us. Mr. Hawker, I'm sure we can figure something out. We'll get the court too, even if you do not cooperate. Come here to threaten us.
How is it a threat? I merely stated my position.
There is no threat here, Mr. President. Mr. President, you seem to be only partially informed about the current situation. Please let us explain the excuses of our stance.
Oh, let's hear it.
We are protecting the Constitution because it works, Mr. President. It is efficient and it gives the authority to lead the nation with swift decision. Scotland has important player problems and threats that should face right now. Instead of nitpicking about paragraphs of the Constitution, we have a potential war within our borders.
Orso signaled Heron with his hand to let him speak and said,
Mr. President, I know you're a busy man, so I'll make this quick. We all know that sort of security forces, stashes of Rumburgian weaponry and heads of blue to separatists. KA-74s are roaming inside Solon at this moment. As much as Rumburg poses a direct threat now, it's clear that they are intervening in our country, weaponizing our minorities against us. It's not unprecedented to think that the Bloods will start terror with their no toys. Not to mention,
this voice is hard to do.
Not to mention the fights broke out, the clashes between left and right, the shooting of Bernard Socrates. Communists are rising, the support of the United Contana. This is a chaos imminent for Sutherland. And sadly, we don't see the administration taking the necessary precautions. You said you would focus you will not focus on military term. Under certain circumstances, you cannot tolerate any costs.
Mr. Hawker, the court has no jurisdiction over these matters. We are taking the necessary steps, no need to worry. I did promise that, but the circumstances have changed. Tolerate? You should be more careful with your tone. Mr. Hawker, the court has no jurisdiction over these matters.
Aren't we all part of the state, Mr. President? Aren't we all responsible if Sortland fails to overcome these threats? But regardless of that, are you aware that the armed Bluta separatists have directly connections to the Workers' Party of Blutia?
Thank you.
The
Workers' Party is a democratic party, unlike the militias. They're not the same.
They may claim not to have ties to separatists, but most of the members have been part of the Workers' Party of Bolivia.
I forget this guy's voice already.
How about the name, Mr. President? It is not aware of the working parties of Scotland. As far as I'm aware, there is no nation of bloody around here.
What is all this about?
The only reason they have an assembly is because of their electoral threshold. They have gotten quite big. They are clearly getting outside help, and their connections to permanently Bluish forces cannot be denied. And all this and the reformists are trying to decrease an electoral threshold so that Bluish separatists can be legitimized in the assembly to achieve their aims of independence.
That's too dramatic.
So what do you say, Mr. President? I am stating the obvious. But I wish for the only issues with the Blues terrorists in the Bromberg.
The reformers are suggesting changes would also bring the communists to a pact by United Contata in the assembly. Do you see the pattern yet?
You are saying the reformists are working with foreign powers. There is no evidence about any of this.
Haven't you seen them briefed by their security team? Maybe you should inspect them as well.
We could take the necessary measures against communists and Bluish plots, as well as increasing our military budget against the possible conflict with Bromberg.
And of course, we're not falling into the traps by reformers by listening to their demands. They are clearly plotting to weaken the president and our whole administration in order to exploit the situation.
Which brings us to the very important information that we have. It's definitely something you need to hear, and it'll change absolutely everything.
With all due respect, Mr. President, I think this is getting slightly ridiculous. You're right. I don't think anything will come out of this meeting.
So you don't want to hear about the information that I have?
I want to hear it first.
The person in question is Franz Richter himself, the leader of these reformists. We have information that he has ties with Arcasia. Arcasia is aggressively growing their influence around the world, and now Mr. Richter is coming up with these ridiculous demands for a new constitution, and Mr. Piat appeared in Swordland. All of these pieces seem to fit perfectly. This is what the Supreme Court will be doing to stop these reforms and preserve the Constitution.
How would you know about Mr. Richter has ties to Arcasia?
Mr. Gallant, we have been ties to Arcasia many times.
We all know he has been in Arcasia many times because it isn't documented. But what do you think of making hidden flights to countries? Another conspiracy theory.
Believe what you will, Mr. President, but at least hear me out. He has been spotted in the hotel in a hotel in Arcasia last year, where they held the Conference on Economic Development of Volatile Regions. Right around that time, he started to influence the mass into believing the Constitution the reason everything was bad. His trip was not documented, nor was any official guest on the list. On the conference, we believe he had a meeting with President Walker behind closed doors. I also have a couple of photos of him that were taken in Arcasia in different cities. One is a couple of months, and again, he also attended another event in Lesbia last week. The Arcasian Foreign Minister was there too.
How can any of this be undocumented? How did you find this out?
Many Solists were already following his leads for quite some time, Mr. President. I cannot give away their identities, but I can give you evidence.
It contained an official document from the Sorters Border Police. Name. Clear photos of him there taking a conference as well as last week. There are also official transcripts of his speeches. Machine skimmed it, surprise. It seems to be real.
Of course they are real, Mr. Galladay. These seem to be suggesting that Arcasia is behind the reformists. Their demands will only benefit Arcasia. They want us to seek a weaker administration while we face these threats. This is clearly a plot against Swordland. I bet Romberg is part of this plan too. This cannot be a coincidence that they are weaponizing minorities against us at the same time. Now you understand the reasons why our current stance, and also suspicious about your advisors who clearly are not giving you the vital information.
We appreciate the information, Mr. Hawker, but I advise against jumping to conclusions right away. We still need to check the information.
There is not much to check. This is clearly an emergency. In such cases, the Constitution gives the President the right to use his emergency powers. If we work together, this could be a Supreme Court will block your declaration of an emergency.
I will have to decline.
It seems you're influenced by Mr. Galladay more than you think.
What is that supposed to mean, Mr. Hawker?
Why don't you explain yourself, Mr. Lucian? You are swaying the president to ignore national security threats.
I am not swayed by anyone, Mr. Hawker. This is my own decision.
So, say what you will. History will prove us right once again.
If you believe you can enact these reforms, you are living in a land of dreams.
I think this meeting is over.
Even though you are aware of our national security threats,
You are making a big mistake, Mr. President. We will not allow you to succeed.
Gentlemen, I think it's time to end this meeting.
well, thank you for having us, Mr. President. Have a good evening.
Both left the room without saying anything else. That was not good. They clearly tried to threaten you. Not scared of them. Also, we'll be doing whatever it takes to damage you. You need to be careful. There are still many old guard sympathizers in our party. We cannot let them divide our party. He will definitely try. After a short evaluation of the situation, our hands Lucian left the office of residential. It was pretty the old guards to remain rivals in the future. Fuck him. Fuck that guy. Orso? Fuck him. I wanted to stab him in the neck. If I was a real politician, I'd totally just be Stalin. I'm sorry. I would just be Stalin. I would just arrest all of the people who pissed me off and then have them put in a place. But the thing is, between the difference between me and Stalin, I have like good opinions and Stalin has evil, yucky opinions. So I'm locking up people who are really mean and he's locking up people who are just they're just pissing him off a little. I want to check the news. Hawker and Maroon Palace. They're talking about the recent meeting, I see. Oh, I think we're on turn 3 now. Trials of Democracy. I actually think that's a good place to end it then if we are at turn 3 now. Right? I think that's a good idea. Right? That means we're at turn 3, yes? I'm gonna write in the notepad. Why not? We have the Constitution. Right? Where we have to... Oh, funny noise. Win over conservatives and centrist judges. Threatened by conservatives in legislature. Funny puppy. Threatened by conservative judges. Rumberg. We have war threatened. War scare. Consulate closed. Troops on border. We have Cold War. Let's call it Cold War. Accusations of foreign collusion with the progressives. Trying to convince the conservative wing of your party, not the National Front, guys. That's what I'm saying, the conservatives. I wrote the conservatives. I didn't write the National Front. I would have wrote fascists. I wrote conservatives because we're trying to work with the conservatives of the USP, right? The USP. Progress. I think I spelled progressives right. Did I spell progressives right? Picking sides with least NFP West. Trade deals north neighbor. What's their name again? Magnolia. Magnolia trade seems the best option. Valen is unstable, and Lysia is good for possible protection against Rumberg. And then we have economy. Highway bill will hopefully earn good. I don't know. And then evil bribe people earned down bribes from several capitalists. They probably want revenge. Alright, so this is the current situation of everything we've dealt with so far. We have the constitutional stuff going on. Oh, and also my family. I'll write down my family too. Family is strange. Oh, and the political violence too. I forgot about that. I'll write down political violence too. I'll put that down here. Racial tensions. There we go. Alright, so this is every single issue that we went over today. We have the constitutional crisis. We have the constitutional reforms. We have the Rumberg crisis. We have the Cold War stuff, trade deals, the economy, the bribery stuff, political division, and then our family. Would you accept bribes in the form of treats? Yes. And it's not bribes. It's just a salary, alright? It's my salary. It's what I'm paid, alright? Okay, that's our notepad. Now I wish... Oh, fuck. Is that not gonna get saved because I'm exiting out? God damn it. Is that not gonna get saved? What if I hit continue? I hope it's saved. Yeah, it would suck if it wasn't. But, I mean, the thing that mattered here was that I wrote it down. It did save. Okay, we're good. It saves. That's awesome. It saves. Yeah, that's a good place to call it done for the day. 4 hours and 20 minutes of this game. Well, that's also including 6 hours or 4 hours and 20 minutes. I think we did good so far. I'm actually gonna check real quick. What do you think of the game so far? I think the game is incredibly good. I really am hooked in it. The only issue I have is that I wish there was voice acting. And that's not really a real issue to have with the game. Wishing that it had voice acting is only an issue because my mouth hurts because of braces. Like, that's the only issue. That's the only thing that's the only reason why I don't like the lack of voice acting. Is because it hurts my mouth with the braces to talk so much. And that's only because I did the stream last night where I did nothing but talk for like 5 hours. There's a lot of text FB. I think like Disco Elysium though is a good example where Disco Elysium has full voice acting.
all I would want in this game to have voice acting is just characters, not even narration. Narration can still be done on your own, but like characters being voice acted, that'd be fine. But Disco Elysium has complete voice acting. This game reminds me a lot of Disco Elysium in a way. Most in the sense that there's a lot of fun characters and like a sort of like a politically divisive nation. I feel like this game kind of is if you zoomed out of Disco Elysium and you were playing as like Martinez, like that's the vibe I'm getting, right? It's the same type of like war torn kind of country, a little more favorable. Maybe it's just because I'm a Disco Elysium fucking diehard fan, fanboy, and I'm gonna think of Disco Elysium whenever I touch anything. But you know, it's what it is. I mean, I'm being honest. I'm being honest. But no, I am really enjoying it. If it wasn't 12 a.m., I would keep playing. But again, my mouth hurts, and it's late. Tomorrow, don't know if my mouth is feeling better tomorrow. That I'm gonna do finishing the Pokemon stream. If not, then I'm gonna finish it all up on Wednesday. And then Thursday, we're going to continue Suzerain, because this game was great. And then Friday, I'm streaming Portal. If not Friday, then I'm going to finish Suzerain. I don't know. I'm really liking this game. I'm really liking it. I took a quick peek at the achievements, and it only looks like there's only 4 chapters. But then again, though, I haven't gotten the achievement for completing chapter 1. Oh, and Sarah, you joined at the worst time. We're just ending stream now. Chapters are different from turns. Oh, okay. Hold on, let me Google this real quick. How many? So there's 10 turns. How long to beat Suzerain? Main story, 10 hours and 42 minutes is the medium time to beat. Main story and extras, 17 hours and 47 minutes. Completion is 36 hours. What does it consider extras? What does it consider extras? I have no idea. Yeah, weird. Apparently, what does this mean? I don't even know what this means. These numbers aren't labeled. These graphs aren't labeled on that. Oh, that seems nice and Sarah. Well, I'm ending the stream now. I'm gonna do a quick check around to see if anyone I know is live. But it doesn't seem like they are. Yeah, no one's live. No one I care about is live, I should say. No one's live. So, with that, I'm going to leave you guys off. I hope everyone has a good night. I hope everyone enjoyed stream. This is a really fun game. I can't wait to play more of it. David, thank you so much for recommending me it. I really am in love with this game now. Like, of what I've played this year, top 10 so far. Top 5, probably. Top 5. I love this game. It's great. Thanks for the recommendation. Everyone, have a good night. Thank you for coming out, and I'll see you next time.